Do 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 do. Do 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 do. A do ba do ba do ba do. A do ba do ba do do. A do 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 do. A do 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 do. A do 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 do. Oh yeah, oh my. Do 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 do. And we're gonna get that on there. And we're gonna come over here. And I really miss when this was automated. But Twitter ruined it, and so did YouTube. Ah, come on now. Come on. Ah. Almost. There we go. There we go. And now we want to conserve battery power for what happens later tonight. Oh. Now we just gotta wait for everybody to get in here. So we shall wait patiently, since so far there's only one person in here. Hello, fella Raffus Reds. Hi, Smithy. How's it going? Just reminding you, Smith, since you were the one that pointed it out last time, the Streamlabs link works now. I fixed it. Hello, Blaze. Hi, Hi-Fi for Life. It's not that nice, actually. I got this on Temu, so it's not really built for a cranium of my size, if you get my drift. But I'm making it work, baby. I'm making it work. It was free. I didn't pay for it. It was one of the gifts that Temu gave me for signing up. Additionally, though, out of all the gifts that they gave me, so far this is the only one that's cleared customs. Nice Texas cap. Yeah. Ma'am. I'm an official Texan now, with my too small cowboy hat to pull any farther down than this. Oh, brother. I still make it my own, though. I'm surprised with the terrorists. I haven't, I've been ordering from Temu for the last 2 or 3 weeks, and I haven't noticed anything. The prices haven't gone up. The shipping costs haven't gone up. It takes a little longer for the stuff to get through customs. That's the only thing I've noticed. Yes, Rev still has me blocked. I don't know why he has me blocked, but he has me blocked. Well, I know why. It's because of that comment that I made. That was a joke. And for some reason, it hurt his little fee-fees. I don't know. 5 more minutes and the show starts. 7th, what the better Mario game? Mario Brothers 3 or Mario World? I prefer World. I think Billy maybe prefers Mario Brothers 3 because that's the one he's always beating on his live stream. But I prefer Super Mario World. I just like the music better. I like the graphics better. And I liked the power-ups better and the way the power-ups worked. I got to figure out a way to get more blacklight in here. It's hard to do because we only have the one light fixture. What's above me is a ceiling fan that's 15 feet off the ground, so I can't even get it to change anything on it. So I've got to figure out a way to get more blacklight in here because right now it's just that chandelier back there and that little lamp that you see that's lighting up those shelves. And then I've got 2 little blacklight bars here that lights up this blacklight gaming poster that I have, and that's all. So I got to figure out a way to get some more blacklight in here, lads. It's not It's not arcadey enough in here yet. Got to figure that out. The dentist? Oh, be sure to film yourself when you wake up. And then send it to me. Remember, Rev was the first Samafbi. It's been so long since I've used that term, I don't even remember what it stands for except for the last two. Oh, sensitive middle-aged fanboy. Yeah, now I remember. What are your thoughts on the WWE Renaissance? Not much, because out of all the people that are on the roster, CM Punk's the only one I give a crap about, so I don't watch it. Don't get me wrong, I love Punk, but him alone is not enough reason for me to tune into that shit. Oh, I said a wordy dirt. Oh. I never thought Nintendo would pull a Don Mattingly. You're not wrong. Will the Switch 2 become another Wii? I don't think so. No. I don't think so. 7th, I will get a Nintendo Switch 2 when it goes on sale. I'm in no rush, and I'll get into that in another 4 minutes when the show starts. Oh, y'all talking about my cowboy hat. You ain't said nothing about my shirt yet. Those somebody who follows me on X, screen cap this and send me the picture. I told Billy if he sent me this shirt that I would wear it on stream. So I just want to post on X that I'm fulfilling my word. So, somebody screenshot me wearing this. Barely see it. It's right here. Hey, it's right there. Soccer moms are hot. No, it's not my new lady. That's the joke. That's Melvor. That's Melvor from the Game Chasers. Well, it's an AI representation of Melvor from the Game Chasers. And when Billy made it, he thought it looked like a soccer mom, and that became the running joke, that Melvor looks like a soccer mom. So Billy made a shirt about it, but nobody's buying it. So I told him, send it to me, and I'll wear it on stream. I got a Switch OLED for my birthday in February, mostly playing Dragon Quest XI. Dragon Quest XI was a good game. I really enjoyed that one. Oh, I'm warning y'all ahead of time. I'm having a bad stomach day, but I decided I was going to risk it anyway. So here I am. Hopefully I can make it through 3 hours without either having a gallbladder attack or shitting myself. I said a bad word again. Looks like Lena Dunham wearing sunglasses. I threw up in my mouth. Any minute now we'll be getting started here. I really should have somebody create me some kind of little intro thing, show starts in so many minutes and all that stuff, because I don't know how to do that crap, and I'm not any good at creating graphics either. You need a cheeseburger? Cheeseburger will make it worse, man. Cheeseburger will make me really sick. I've been eating nothing but grilled chicken and fat-free grilled pork chops for weeks. I've lost like 12 pounds. I know it doesn't show, but I've lost 12 pounds. I'll get excited when I've lost 50, 60 pounds. Then I'll be excited. Anyway, it's Saturday, 6 o'clock, April 12th, 2025, and this is the 7thCast. As always, I'm your venerable host, your friendly neighborhood 7th. 8th is off doing whatever he does. So, yeah. About that Switch 2, eh? Well, let me just say right here that had they not pulled what they've done with the pricing, 8th was going to be down for me pre-ordering one for him when the pre-orders open for launch day. Then he found out how much the games were going to cost, and he said, Dad, I can wait. I can wait. And I agreed with him. But I'm less enthused about it than he is. 8th is the one in this house who has spent the most time playing the Switch. I have not completed a single game on the Switch because I just can't get into it. And the reason I can't get into it is that for the last, 17 years, every major gaming platform except Nintendo have had an integrated trophy/achievement system. And so here we are, Wii U, Switch 2. We're 4 generations now into these systems existing, and Nintendo still refuses to implement one. They half-assed tried it on the Wii U with the accomplishments, but they weren't integrated. They didn't add up to an overall score. That was part of your profile that other people could see, etc., etc. And so I try to get into a Switch game, and I'm too accustomed to using the unlocking of trophies and whatnot to track my progress. And so I feel like I'm just wandering around aimlessly, not accomplishing anything. So I haven't been able to get into a Nintendo game pretty much since 2008. So I have even less interest in it than 8th does, aside from collecting for it. I still want one, and I still want to have the best games of the library. I'm not interested in completing it because, of course, the library will be flooded with physical versions of indie games, just like the previous system was. But I still want to have one, and I still want to have the best of the best for it, like I do with the Switch. So I can't believe that they did. Like somebody mentioned previously in the chat, they pulled a Don Matrick. Oh, well, those who can't afford the Xbox One, we have this other system called the Xbox 360. Nintendo pulled almost the same thing word for word. If they can't afford the Switch 2, they can still buy the Switch. And I'm not saying that Sony's innocent. Remember, Sony was the one that said people that want the PS5 bad enough will get a second job to afford it. You remember that? Yeah, that was Ken Kutaragi, the guy that invented the first PlayStation, the head designer of the PlayStation 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, if they want one bad enough, they'll get a second job to afford it. For real. But that's not all. They need to be straight on their messaging too. Because there's been lots of confusion on what will be a physical game, what will be a digital game. Is the U.S. system going to come with a physical version of the game or a digital? Because in some countries they're getting a physical copy of the game, and in some countries they're getting a digital copy of the game. It's all over the place, and it does kind of remind me of the Wii U launch, because when the Wii U launched, a lot of people were confused about what it was, if they had to buy extra stuff for it, is it just an add-on for their Wii? So, Nintendo needs to fire whoever's been head of their marketing and their messaging, because they're all over the place with this thing. You got different people believing different things about it, and it's just going to lead to confusion. And plus, I don't, in this economy, I question the price of those games. I don't know that people are going to be willing to do that. It wouldn't have been so much of an issue back in the 90s because people would have just gone and rented the games, But they don't have that option anymore. Can't imagine why. But yeah, I'm not enthused for it. I'm not looking forward to it. I will eventually get it because I'm a collector and that's what I do, and because 8th likes to play Nintendo games whether there's achievements or not. But it won't be this year, not unless I just really luck across one. One of those kind of fall off the truck type situations like what happened with my original PS3. Unless something like that happens, I won't be getting one this year. I'll be waiting. Just is what it is. And then today that trailer for Marathon dropped. Oh boy. I'm not always right. I could be wrong. Maybe this is the one that finally clicks. Like maybe the diehard Destiny fans will keep this thing alive and profitable, but it just looks like another live service flop to me. I mean, there's nothing in there that A, reminds you of the original Marathon, or B, looks any better or different than any of the other live service shooters out there. I'm not impressed. It looks generic, if anything. Really, really generic. It looks like a lower budget indie PvP shooter. And I'm just not impressed by it at all. And I don't think it's going to be the saving grace for Sony's live service goals or ambitions. I don't see it happening. Game looked kind of awful. Am I right in thinking the Switch 2 is still... Yes, you are right in thinking that. I'm the same way. I want achievements in games. Yeah. I got Tropical Freeze for Switch and never played it. Same here. John Cena's heel turn was only bad because he didn't change his look, so there's no new merch. But I suspect since he only has 8 months left, WWE told him no extras. Probably. But then again, for the most part, heel merch doesn't sell as well, so who knows? Not unless you're a cool heel that everybody likes, like Austin. Hi, 7th, longtime viewer from UK here. Welcome, Dante Hero's Dungeon. I take it you're not a fan of the Switch 2. Well, you kind of guessed right there, sir. You kind of guessed right there. You live over in the UK. Go over and find Grant Naylor Productions and tell them to make another season of Red Dwarf. Tell them 7th said so. Thank you. But they don't tell you Switch on and play GameCube, so they can, say what you want about Reggie, but he was great at PR. Yes, he was. Switch has tons of games and a backlog. I'll wait 2 to 3 years for Switch 2. Yeah, I mean, my library for Switch isn't nearly as big as even my PS5 library. My PS5 library has gotten somewhere around 150, I think, at this point. But there's plenty on there that would keep us occupied if I was into it for a while without, because on top of, we have a Switch OLED, and a Switch Lite. So, I could be sitting and playing all these Switch games I haven't played, and 8th could be upstairs playing Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition or whatever, and we would be fine if we wanted to go that route. There's no rush to get another Switch 2 or another Switch just to play games that are current Switch. And that's the thing. Just like with PS5, a lot of these games are multi-plat down to the original Switch. So you're not giving people proper motivation to buy one. I think one game they've shown is not backwards compatible. That there's only one, and I think it's the Donkey Kong one that you have to have a Switch 2 to play it, if I remember right. Making the same mistake that Sony did. Certain Switch 2 games are just going to be like buying games for the Xbox Series X. It's just a license, and then you have to download the game anyway. I don't care which company does it. Nintendo, Microsoft, Sony. It's BS. It's BS. Why even make a physical case? If it's not going to be, if the actual game's not going to be on there, I don't know. That irritates me. That does. But at least they put a little thing across the bottom to let you know that this is, just a digital, it's just a digital game license on a card. There'll be a little white bar on the bottom so you'll know. And it's my understanding that none of the mainline first and third party AAA games are going to be that way, that it's only like for digital games. That's my understanding. It's digital indie games. Still, if I'm going to buy a case for an indie game, I want it to actually be on the media. Like my copy of Infernax or my copy of Iron Meat. I want the game to actually be on the disc. Or what's the point of me buying it? Then you're just buying an empty case. It's just like these collector's editions that don't come with the physical disc anymore. They give you an empty steel book. What good is that? You know why it is? Because they want you collectors to go out and buy a second copy. They want you to buy the normal version so you can take the disc out of it and put it in your steelbook. That's how shady these companies have gotten. And it's all of them. Sony does it too. I haven't seen Nintendo pull that one yet, but they might as well now with what they are pulling. Hi, Stevie boy. How's it going? Yeah, the prices are ridiculous, but, they're just kind of taking the first step. They're doing what Microsoft did in 2005. If you remember, Microsoft was the first one to slap the $59 price on games and raise the price for everybody by $10, except for Switch games, or Wii games. Wii games stayed at $49, but when Microsoft bumped it up to $59, then Sony followed suit. So they're just doing it. Uh-oh. $20 from Smithy. And he did it through the Streamlabs link, which means that I don't have to wait on YouTube. I don't have to wait for my YouTube account to hit $100, and they don't take 30%. Thank you, Steve. Or thank you, Smith. Appreciate you. Let me get you a dollar bill. Hold on. Dollar bill, y'all. That reminds me. Everybody hold off on your questions for a minute, because I'm going to explain to y'all the fun that's going to ensue in about 2 hours. Okay? Everybody stop asking questions for just a second and let me explain what's going to happen tonight. Okay? Billy of the Game Chasers has been trying to make money. And the reason he's been trying to make extra money is because they didn't make a profit off of their movie. They wanted to make a movie, so they made a movie, but it only showed in one theater for the premiere. So they spent so much money to make it, they haven't made the money back on it from Blu-ray and digital sales. And so he has been selling stuff that they find when they go out to flea markets and stuff from his own collection on Whatnot. And so what I've been doing, for the sheer fun of it, is I've been going on to his Whatnot streams and buying up 90% of everything that gets auctioned. Just because I can. So here's what we're going to do tonight. At 8 o'clock Central Time, I am going to go on Billy's Whatnot stream live. And I'm going to take what y'all donate tonight and see how much of his stuff I can buy with it. Because nobody wins in an auction site when Seven's in the auction site. It just don't happen. You can ask Billy. I have had tons of stuff sent here in the last several weeks. It's going to happen tonight. So anything that y'all donate is going to go to me expanding the game room collection in here with Billy's stuff so he can pay off his movie debts. That's going to happen in 2 hours. And in the meantime, if you happen to break $50, which we're at 20 so far, if you happen to break $50, I will stay an extra hour. Because, inflations and tariffs, we're not in the days where $100 gets you a 6-hour stream anymore. It's like $50 gets you an extra hour. So if 150 is donated, then that equals 6-hour stream. But we're at $20. If we hit 50, I'll stay an extra hour. But let's see how much we can earn to buy up and leave everybody else that goes in there sad and dejected and rejected, because they got to learn, don't even bother when 7's in there, because 7's just going to buy it all. Yes, we do need more shelves. We need more shelves upstairs. But I have partially solved that problem. If you look up there, see that bar that goes all the way down? Those are cascading shelves that 8th actually installed for me, that has most, if not all, but most of our collector's edition boxes in them. And it runs all the way the length of the ceiling of this room, and has most of our collector's edition boxes. Come on, focus. Great. But it has all of our collector's edition boxes, and it has our most of our console boxes up there. Not all of them, but most of them. And the rest of them are sitting on a set of shelves out in the garage. But we also want to buy shelves for upstairs. And why is this thing not focusing after I moved it? That's so annoying. Come on. Refocus. What I got to do? Turn the camera on and off? There we go. I threatened to turn you off, and then you started working. You see how it works, lads? You see how it works? I'm not going to fall for that alien magi. Let's see. For Nintendo to change course on their pricing, all the YouTubers need to stop promoting it, but they won't. They love the... Yeah. Dante Hero's Dungeon. Red Dwarf might come back. The creators have settled their dispute and are working on Red Dwarf in different mediums. My guess is one will do novels and the other a TV show. I mean, that's kind of the way it's already been for years. That's why they managed to get to season 12 and then made a 90-minute TV movie about cat people. But, Reggie called out Nintendo for not having that Welcome Tour game free because he went to back them to get Wii Sports free. Yeah. Street Fighter 6 for the Switch 2 is keycard access on. Ugh. Yeah, you're walking on thin ice there, Alien Magi. I was in a comment section arguing with someone about what movie was better, Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, and I said they were both bad movies, but I leaned towards Mortal Kombat. I don't consider Mortal Kombat a bad movie. I think Street Fighter is a so bad it's good movie, but I legitimately like the original Mortal Kombat. The second one is horse shit. Oh, I said a wordy dirt again. The second one is bad. But the first one I actually like. I don't know that I'm all that hot about the casting of Raiden and that you never actually see Raiden in a fight, but that's the only complaint I have about that movie. Nintendo 64 games were priced at $60, I think. Well, some of them went even higher than that. Some of them went even higher than that. I mean, back in the day, you had Genesis games and Super Nintendo games that could get up to $100. But by the time the PS2 generation had come out, for the most part, everything had evened back out to $50 a game. Smithy, do it. Well, I will if more people donate. Come on now. I mean, if I have to, I'll dip into my own funds to do this, but I think it'd be more fun to do it with this. And plus, y'all get more of me tonight. So let's go. Let's make this go up. And it can be either one. You can do the Streamlabs, or you can do the gray button with the dollar sign on it. Just know that when you use the gray button with the dollar sign on it, I don't get as much of that, and it takes, they don't even send it to me until that account gets up to at least $100 in size. And I don't make a whole lot of money off ad revenue because these are the only things I make nowadays. I haven't made a video since I finished the Trey Brotherhood thing. I mean, I have an idea for another sort of documentary kind of series. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to do it, because I don't want it to come across as too similar to my Retro Lives channel, which it never really could be because I don't have videotape footage of me as a kid like that. But honestly, I'm thinking that the only way that I could make it work would be with some kind of AI video generation, and I don't have the money to afford that. So I'm just kind of trying to figure out how I'm going to do this. Anyway. I'm going to get you one day, 7. You almost got me a couple of times. Thoughts on Wings body slamming his wife at Fat Camp? I tend to look at anything that happens on Lolcow Live as a work. I think the whole thing's a work, just like Kid Behind the Camera. I suppose it's possible that there's something else to it. Maybe. But I don't think so. I think it's a work. And I think it's possible that this was just a goof and that he was supposed to shove somebody else onto the table, and he thought that he was shoving that Ken guy, and it ended up being her instead because he went to the wrong side of himself. But I think it was planned. That's what I think. I haven't seen anything to convince me otherwise. DualSense collector editions, yay or nay? No, I don't bother with them. Have you seen the 100 Beavers movie? I have no idea what that is. Got Tropical Freeze for Switch. Do you like it? Also thoughts on DK Bonanza. That game looks fun. I have Tropical Freeze on Wii U, I think. I'm not sure if I have. I think I have it on Switch. I don't want to use up my phone's battery power to look it up. Let's see. It seems like the nights where you aren't feeling well are the ones where people donate. Well, not really, Mike. We're only up to $20. I know it says $35, but that's because I haven't reset the donation bar from way back when. OGMK is great. The Street Fighter was a fun bad movie. Jean-Claude enjoying his nose candy all throughout. Yeah, a lot of the Street Fighter movie was improvised because Jean-Claude was just too unpredictable during the shoot. Hi Mario, thoughts on Rachel Zegler's Snow White debacle? I knew the movie was going to suck. You mark my words right now. Lilo and Stitch will make more money. Lilo and Stitch will make more money. I don't think it'll be like a massive super hit, but it'll be a hit compared to Snow White. I could be wrong. It could be the sensation of the summer, but I don't think so. Not any more than Disney's promoting it. Disney's not spending a whole lot in advertising on it. I think it'll be a modest hit, unless word of mouth just shoots it through the roof. If it's like so good that everybody comes out and tells their friends about it. We'll see. We'll see. Why does Naughty Dog keep milking The Last of Us? Because they're so infinitely behind schedule on everything else? Because Neil Druckmann is an idiot? So it's the only way that they can keep their staff employed, to keep money coming into the studio, is coming up with ways to re-release old crap? Arcade setup tour soon. Well, I'd like to get some more lighting in here to give it a little bit more of the blacklight look. I just haven't figured out how to do it yet. And those shelves I just showed you up there, 8th has his own set in his PC room to put more collectibles and stuff up in his PC room. But we still haven't set up the tabletop board game room yet. We need more shelves in there. which is going to cost, I think, about $180 to buy the remaining shelves we need for in there. But before I can do that, I need to replace 8th's TV. 8th's TV shorted out the other day, his 50-inch 4K. It shorted out, so I've got to buy him a new TV, but I'm not going to do it until Memorial Day weekend. I'm going to wait for a sale and do it then. So maybe I'll buy the shelves this month, since I'm not buying him the TV until next month anyway. Let's see here. I can at least give it a thumbs up and post it in Discord. 7th, did you see the limited run games Doom 1 and 2 Will It Run edition where the box plays Doom? The price almost gave me a heart attack. Yeah, what, didn't they have it priced at $666? There's not $666 worth of stuff in that collector's edition. So for limited run's sake, I hope that was a joke. Because I can tell you what, I didn't see anything on that ad that made me think there was $666 worth of stuff in there. So I'm hoping that was a gag. What is your thoughts about The Last of Us Season 2 releasing, and do you think it will flop? I'm mainly looking forward to seeing Joel's death. It looks terrible, and I mean, I didn't like the first season either. On top of everything else, I mean, the main thing is, no offense to her, she does not look like Ellie at all. Not even close. She's uncomfortable to look at. You know, there's something about her that makes her almost look not human, where the eyes and nose and everything looks too small for the rest of her head. Like her head is just expanded and her eyes and nose and everything stayed the same size that they were when she was 3. She's disturbing to look at. I can't stand to look at her personally. And I know that's mean and I know that's cruel, but I can't help it. Her visage disturbs me. Why aren't you charging your phone while you stream? Because I'm a lazy fat you-know-what. And the cable is all the way over there and I don't want to get up to go get it. Who's the bigger lolcow? Wings of Redemption or Elon Musk? Well, Elon Musk certainly is wider known, but Wings of Redemption is literally bigger than Elon Musk. Favorite Randy Savage match? Randy and Steamboat, of course. Did you see the new Tron trailer? Yeah, I'm not all that hot on it. Where's Cora? Where's Sam? Where's Tron? It's in the real world instead of in the video world. I'm not interested. Not interested. They're going to have to show me more to get me interested enough to go see it. Plus, no Daft Punk. They're going with 9-inch nails instead. I don't know, man. In the least, it better have the same theme song as either Tron 1 or Tron 2. If it comes up with its own unique new one, I ain't going to like it. I refuse. Yes, I've ridden a horse. Many, many, many a year ago. Ridden an elephant, too. I still think you'd get way more views if you did a vertical live stream in YouTube Shorts. To what end? What would I stream? You're talking about streaming on my phone? What would I stream? Do you know what I do during the day? I sit in that chair back there and I do IT stuff. I'm not out enjoying the world. I'm living in this little casket that I've made for myself. That's my life. I couldn't tell you the last time sunlight touched my skin. Were you a fan of ECW? I was not. I will have several mini oven Red Baron pizzas with corn dogs in your honor, good sir. Kiss my ass, high five. Just kiss my ass. What? Switch to battery 2 hour switch OLEDs 4 to 9. Graphically happy. Oh, the battery sucks too? Oh, I didn't even know that part. Yay. What brand was 8th TV? It was a Samsung. Get a good one, maybe one of the LG versions. We'll see. What is with the Disney live-action remakes? I don't know. You'd think they'd have run out of... Why don't they make a live-action remake of something that would actually benefit from it being done that way? Like Atlantis or Treasure Planet. How about live-action versions of those? You know why they're not going to do that? Because John Carter flopped. That's why they're not going to do that. Do you think Abby will yell "for" when she whacks Joel with the golf club? I don't even know that that's going to happen in this version. I really don't, because they'd be shooting themselves in the foot as far as the cost of having the actor. If they kill him off in the first 2 episodes, people are going to be pissed that haven't played the game. Oh, it would be a fire sale for HBO Max. It would be a fire sale. Are you a fan of Buc-ee's? I've only been in there like a couple of times since I moved here. It's like whenever I go to Retropalooza, I'll stop in at Buc-ee's to get like a breakfast biscuit or something. But that's the only time I've ever been in there. I don't have any need for it otherwise. I mean, now that I live where I live within driving distance of one of them where I could go if I wanted to, but I just don't really have a need. I don't have a need to go in there all the time. Have I been to a demolition derby? No. I have been to a monster truck rally back in the 90s. I got to see Gravedigger. Bella Ramsey seems like someone that's like a mean bully baby staring at you, intimidating you. You need a charging port, man. I got both at my desk, USB, blah, 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 like $20. Yeah, I know. Like I said, I'm just lazy. Never rode an elephant, but I did get splashed by a tiger. I've been splashed by a killer whale and by dolphins. And I had a beluga whale suggestively hump a traffic cone in front of me while it stared at me intently. I don't know what that was all about. It was kind of scary. Thoughts on streamers that treat their viewers like trash? I don't understand it. Those people are the only reason that you have a living, because you certainly aren't skilled at anything else. And you're going to crap on them like that? If I have somebody that's trolling, I'll be stern in that way. But I don't do what these streamers do. Seventh, is it? I don't know what that is, so I couldn't tell you. I signed off from watching Tron Ares the second it was revealed that Jared Leto would be... Yeah, I don't understand that. Why? They set up a continuation of the story with Sam and Cora. Why not continue that story? I don't get it. And, they've been teasing that that Jeff Bridges is going to be in it. I don't think it's going to be Flynn. From the lines that have been spoken, I think it's just another version of Clue. And Clue's the one that sends all these Tron people into the real world. That's what I think. I could be wrong. We'll find out when it comes out on video, because unless they show me something better, I ain't going to see it at the theater. Heard that Fantastic Four is more woke. Yay, the definition of insane. Yeah, I know. Well, it's because of the comments of the guy playing Johnny Storm. That's why people are saying that. That and I think the actress said something that there's stuff about gender inequality in the movie. I wasn't in any rush to go see it anyway, because I've kind of already checked out of the Marvel stuff. No, I'm not going to see the Minecraft movie. Eighth went to see it with his friends. And he said it was funny. And the ironic bad way that he was expecting. So they had fun with it. What video game would you like to see get turned into a movie/TV show? None really come to mind. Not really. Yeah, I would say God of War, but they're already making something with God of War, and I'm afraid they're going to screw it up. Thoughts on Shawn Michaels' career? I never was a Shawn Michaels fan to begin with. I was a Bret Hart guy. Do you want to see Nintendo World in Florida? Not especially. That's a long drive, and I'm not getting on a plane. My experience with ungrateful streamers was my favorite VTuber, Kirsch. My Oshi blocked me. I have no idea. I can't really relate because I don't get enough donations for me to be ungrateful. It doesn't happen. I've never had anywhere near the kind of money earned from YouTube or donations during streams where I could make a living off of it. It's always been just to buy little odds and ends that I need for the show and for the game room, and that's all it's ever been. And I always go out of my way to thank everybody that donates, even if it's just $1. I still thank them. I still throw up my dollar bill. I still do all the same stuff. I treat everybody the same. But it's impossible for me to be ingrateful because it's not a consistent thing. I'm not on here. That's not big enough. I don't. What do you think's the biggest problem with WWE? It's just there's nobody on there that's compelling. There's no Stone Cold. There's no Rock. Well, there's Rock, but you know what I'm saying. There's not superstars of the Attitude Era quality on there anymore. And the writing sucks. It feels like they're trying to go back to ruthless aggression, but a PG version of it. Was his theater experience normal, or as far as I know, it was normal? 7th will never be a VTuber. I'm in love with my own handsome face too much. Ain't that a cool effect, seeing the tree in my front yard, the silhouette waving on the curtain back there? That's a neat effect. I like that. I mean, the sunlight coming in is totally ruining the blacklight effect, but otherwise, I like that. But yeah, again, I need more blacklight in here. Like maybe I need something here on this wall that's blacklight. I need something that better lights up the 7th Arcade. I may have to buy another one of those lamps and put it on the other side of 8th's chair so that wall is more lit up. But, all of this is completely black. Except for right here where this poster is, there's no black light all the way down this wall. I need to do something about that. Get some black light strip lighting or something and run it along the bottom of those shelves. Something. Needs more in here before it's ready to be live stream or recorded for a game room tour anyway. But, you see these channels on YouTube nowadays where they'll actually go out and tour other people's game rooms. You're not going to see someone like that come to mind. Because what you'll notice is the rooms the game room tours that they tend to go to, the actual games are the smallest part of the game room. What the guy making the video is always more fascinated by is all the collectibles and knickknacks and gaming related stuff rather than the actual game collection. And I see that a lot in game room tours too. Welcome to my game room tour. And they've got one little tiny shelf of games and the rest of it is like toys and empty cereal boxes and stupid crap like that. And that's not what mine is. Yes, I have toys. I have sealed action figures, and I have collectible boxes and such, and you can't see it because of the donation bar, but back there, I recently picked up my first actual Mario toy. That's like a talking Mario thing that was on clearance on Amazon. It's the first time I've ever owned any kind of Mario-related toy at all, but I figured this room doesn't have enough Mario in it. Nintendo doesn't have as much representation. This is mostly a Sony room, so let's get some more Nintendo stuff in here. And so I bought that. But and then even then, the only thing I'm even close to having a complete set of are the Toonie Terror figures in the back. And I'm still missing a ton of those. But my game room isn't like that. You know, I haven't gone and bought old KB toy display shelves and stuff like that. You know, and I'm not obsessed with box complete games because I'm more about maximizing my space and getting as many games to fit in this space as I can. This space, the game room upstairs, and eventually, you know, I may have to, as the collection gets bigger, I may have to take my master bedroom, which is currently acting as the guest room for when people come over, and turn it into another space. So what I may end up doing when that happens is move this desk into there and make it the streaming room like it used to be at the previous house, throw some more shelves up here, and then everything along this wall will just be more shelf for more space. We'll see. That kind of depends on you guys. I feel like you guys kind of like me streaming from the game room where you can see all the flashy goodness, and maybe wouldn't want me to go back to streaming in a smaller room. I don't know. That'd be up. Y'all let me know what you would prefer, for me to stay out here or move it in there. I mean, there would be less echo. You know, there is a little bit of an echo in here because it's this big cavernous room with 20-foot high ceilings. But yeah. Let me catch up. Do you think Batista's a better actor than... I think they're about the same, really. DSP's the worst offender I know of for audience. You're not wrong there. He's kind of a butthole. Woof. Max 88. Dear God, sir. Dear God, you didn't have to do that. I appreciate you, Max 88, but you didn't have to do that. Lord help. If I had a bigger denomination to show for you, Max, I would. But I don't. I only have the $7. So I'll give you $2. Because that's big. That now means that we're $30 away from me having to do a 6-hour stream, which is going to be extremely tenuous on me. That's going to be extremely painful because of all this. Because I can't sit like this the whole time because it'll start to hurt my back. But if I sit forward like this, then that puts pressure on my gallbladder and my liver, and so then I start to hurt there. So I'm hurting no matter which way I sit. But I will endeavor to do it. If $30 more come in, I will endeavor to do the 6-hour stream. I won't like it, but I'll do it. Yeah, Max 88, good Lord, sir. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. 7th needs a $700 bill. You're not wrong, but unfortunately, I don't think the guy that made those for me, I don't think he's around anymore. I don't think I've seen him in the chat for a long time. Many, many years. Now, I didn't make those. A fan made those for me. And I don't think he's watched me in a long time. Thank you, Max. I guess now I'm going to have to start doing game streaming like Billy and Jay do, where it's like, $2 and you get to pick the game I play kind of thing. Because I've now got 2 different ways I can do it. I've got the Polymega right here. And guys, the Polymega is awesome. It's expensive as crap, but it is awesome. I love it. I don't know what that was, but I just broke it. The hell is that? The hell is that? I shouldn't have had anything on here that was made out of glass. Oh. It's 8th stupid magnifying glass. I don't care about that because that ain't mine. Shouldn't have been on the desk to begin with. Look, guys. Soccer moms are hot. Somebody that's on X, take a screen capture of that and send it to @thegamechasers. Right here. Do it. I can't hold this for forever. Somebody screen capture that and send it to @thegamechasers on X. There. You can always stand. That's true. That's true. But it hurts to walk. Guys, I'm 50 years old. I shouldn't, and 50 50's supposed to be the new 40. Not in this body, it ain't. Not in this body, it ain't. I don't get around too well. I've been shopping on Amazon for canes. That's how bad it is. I've been shopping around for a walking stick. Hope we see Tokes. Tokes might get in here eventually. That's what I need. I need me one of those Roombas that runs around the room and vacuums. I need me a Roomba bot. Super Mario World or Super Mario World. No more burning ants in the backyard, 8th. You're not wrong. I think he uses it more for his tech stuff. He's been wanting to get into Warhammer too. He wants to get into Warhammer 40K and painting his own little figures and stuff. I told him that's an expensive hobby though. And what if you end up not being any good at paint? Then you've spent all that money buying all that stuff just to have fugly figures. So I told him he should start out with something cheaper that he can test out his painting skills on to make sure that he won't F them up, you know? All right, Smith. I'll be here. Thoughts on Vector Man? I never got into Vector Man. I never liked it. It was impressive what they did with it graphically, but gameplay-wise, it felt like one of those European platformers. I don't know how else to describe it. For those of you who gamed in the 16-bit generation, you know how a Western platformer feels compared to a European platformer. And that's what Vector Man felt like to me. The new console feels more like Switch U. Nothing exciting or must have as a day one purchase. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Does YouTube have a good selection of movies? I don't think so. I don't think so. I only pay for premium to get rid of the commercials. I don't watch movies on YouTube. $40K is pretty close to Dune as far as lore, except it seems more vast. I can see that. Did 8th Platinum Kazan? Yes, he did. If you followed me on Twitch, you would know... not Twitch. If you followed me on X, you would know that. Because I posted it on X. I've said it 1,000 times. For those who want to keep up with us during the week, you got to follow me on X. Because that's where I'm at. I don't do Instagram. I don't do Facebook. I mean, I have Facebook, but I don't do anything on it. It's mostly just to keep track of family members. Twitter is the only other X is the only other social media I do. So if you want to keep up with what I'm doing throughout the course of the week, you got to follow me on X. Thoughts on Contra 3 on the SNES? It's one of my favorite Contras. I would like to have the new Contra, but the physical edition of it's just too damn expensive. Even the digital version is too expensive for what it is. Why would I spend all that money to play the new Contra when I could pay less than half and play Iron Meat, which is basically the same thing? I got fly tying kit. It's fun and catching. Oh, fly fishing. Okay. Never been big on fishing. The only reason I ever went fishing and it wasn't fly fishing was because it was just something for me to spend time with my dad. Meanwhile, I don't really get to spend time with Eighth. Eighth stays goes every weekend out with his friends now. Now that he has a driver's license and his own car, he stays gone. Well, $25 from JV Shada. Thank you for the $25. Let me move my amazing Polymega controller out of the way so I can send you a dollar bill. Thank you. All right, well, I guess that means I'm having to do the full 6 hours now. Well, no. I forgot. 15 of that was already in there. So we're at 145. We're at 145. So we need $15 more for me to do 6 hours. I think that's the way it works. Because I keep forgetting that this was already at 15 when I started today. 25, testing. Finally got around to set. No, wait a minute. We had $100 and we had $20. And no, that's 145. Yeah. No, we need $5. We need $5. $5 more to have to do 6 hours. That's what it was. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Finally got around to setting up a Streamlabs account. Also, I would have donated 30, but I wanted to leave you in suspense. Lol. Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. We'll do it again because I can't remember if I didn't. There we go. Dollar bill for JV Shada. Everyone show JV some love. All right. Does the European platformer have Euro electronic music? It's more about the graphical style, how the levels are set up, how it feels to play, than the music. Tell 8 to try painting and playing Kill Team instead of 40K, similar to 40K, but far fewer models and cheaper. Don't need as much playing space either. Well, I bought him something recently that he doesn't know about. I got it at a good deal. And I figured he hasn't expressed any interest in this, so if he paints these and ruins them, he's not going to care. I got him the starter kit for HeroScape, which is back now. HeroScape went away for a while, now it's back. And so I bought him a HeroScape starter kit that comes with a bunch of unpainted figures. And I figure we'll get him a painting kit for it and let him paint those. And if he doesn't F them up, then he can go on to try Space Marines. Because then he'll know that he's skilled at painting and he can make them look good. Don't tell him I got him that, though. Don't tell. All right, well, it's 6 hours now. Max88 donated $10. Another 10. Thank you, Max. Good Lord, son. What was today, your payday or something? Jesus. I appreciate you, Max. I appreciate you. Did you watch Tron Uprising, the animated show? I've watched a couple of episodes of it on Disney Plus. I didn't watch it when it was new. I haven't finished it yet. 40K ripped off Dune and other franchises. Doesn't make it not fun. Don't you have reservations about using Twitter due to all the... Well, that's what the block button is for, I know you're being sarcastic, but have you played any of the Lord of the Rings games before the Shadow series? I played all of the ones that were on PS2. I really liked their Final Fantasy ripoff, The Third Age, Lord of the Rings: The Third Age. I really liked it. You watching reruns of Kid Behind the Camera, he needs to ask WWE for new title names. You know, he's like in real life, he's friends with Paul Heyman. So you'd think that, you know, they would come, he would have help coming up with new storylines. Because isn't this like the 56th time that he's been getting a divorce from Bridget? Come on. What's the next game you're excited to play? I can't think of a single one. Well, you know what? If I can manage to score a copy of the Lunar Collection for PS5, I'm excited to play that. 6 out. Yes, we've had $150 in donations, and so that equals paying for the second 3 hours. You get 3 hours for free, and then every hour after that is $50. And so we've had $150 in donations. Hence, I got to do 6 hours tonight. It's going to kill me. It's going to make me very sick. I'm telling you that up front. But I will do it. I will do it. I will be basically lying in my chair all day tomorrow except to go to the bathroom, because that's how sore I will be. But I'll do it. I am a man of my word. I may have to get up to take a bathroom break, in which case y'all can talk amongst yourselves. But I'm a man of my word. But no more past 6 hours. I will appreciate continued donations, because that's just that much more money that I can use to dominate Billy's Whatnot stream in another hour. So I will appreciate all your donations. All of it will go towards expanding the collection or improving the game room. And you know, think of how much of this stuff over the years was bought with donations to the 7th Cast. When you think about it, this game room is just as much y'all's as it is mine. If you think about it. But if you come over here and try to take any of it, I will have to throw hands. I'm just saying. Anyway, let me catch up with the chat here. Oh, you're bannable, Alien. I tolerate your fail trollery because it amuses me. If you actually donate it, I might even let you get away with some of it. But I suck at painting at models. I got a German half-track model at Hobby Lobby years ago and couldn't do it. Yeah, I'm not any good at it either. I tried it. I used to be into doing model cars, and I tried to do intricate painting, and I wasn't any good at it. So I would just do, I got the paint markers instead, and I would just do like a shine and then a base coat and just do straightforward colors instead of trying to do intricate stuff. The model cars still looked good, but I just didn't have the painting skills to do it by hand. Game Pass versus PS Plus has come back as a topic recently, and I'd like for you to weigh in on the subject. I have barely played Game Pass since I moved here. I put about 10 hours into Avowed, and that's been all of the Game Pass that I've played since I moved here last May. That being said, I don't really play any of the free stuff on PS Plus either. I play the free games, the 3 free games you get every month, but like going into the actual library, and playing, I don't do that. You know why? Because I already own most of what's in there. Max88, I don't have a girlfriend to spend money on anymore. Well, Ben, by all means, spend money on me. I'm not showing you my boobs, though. What will make you quit playing modern gaming? If modern gaming turns into just everything is like Fortnite, that'll be it for me. If it all goes live service, I'm done. I will just stick to my old carts my old games on my Poly Mega, and that's all I'll ever play from here on out. You mark my words. It's 1 a.m. here in the UK, going to sleep now. Enjoy the 6-hour stream, 7th. Well, remember, I do leave the stream up as an archive for people that don't make it the night of the stream. So you will be able to come back and watch the rest of it if you want to. So just keep that in mind. It'll be on here tomorrow. Is middleware and indies superior gaming as of right now? I think there's a lot of, well, for years and years, indies has been where real innovation is, and then AAA companies just copy from them. If you go back and think about all the innovations in gameplay mechanics and whatnot that started on an indie game and then got adopted, it's a long list. I mean, just remember, the first multi-million selling first-person shooter was an indie game. Thoughts on the Montreal screw job? It was a screw job. Brett got screwed. And then he moved to WCW and he got screwed again. Twice. Once by the company and once by Goldberg. I found that YouTube tutorials go a long way in doing good paint jobs. Lost Soul Aside doesn't interest you. The creator was inspired by Final Fantasy version. I'm going to wait to see what the reviews are. I'm going to wait to see how it reviews. Because to me, it looks awful generic. Michael Knight driving Kit versus Speed Racer driving the Mach 5. Who wins that race? Speed Racer. Do I get to crash in your gaming room? Well, let's not go that far, Alien. Can always paint smiley faces on the models. I could almost see 8th doing that, actually. Thoughts on Super Smash TV on the SNES? It's good. It's all right. But it's not like playing it on my arcade cabinet back there with actual twin stick. It's not the same experience. Arcade is still the best. Alien, I tried to play Sea of Thieves. Bunch of elitist pricks in that game. They want their own little squad of people that they've established. They don't want new people. They're not friendly to new players. And so I was like, well, fine. Your community is ass, and I'm not going to ever touch this again. And I didn't. I know you want to play South of... I'm mildly interested in South of Midnight. I just haven't gotten around to turning on my Xbox to play it. The last game I played was an indie game on PS5. Something Paladin. It's a side-scrolling game where you're in a mech and you can get out of the mech kind of Blaster Master style. But it's level-based. It's not open world like Blaster Master. Something Paladin. I can't remember the full name of it. Best and worst Val Kilmer films. Best is Tombstone. Worst would probably be Batman and Robin. Or Batman Forever. I hate that movie. That's why I said he got screwed twice. And WCW, Brother Natural. If Mega Man returned, what style of it would you want to be? Mega Man 12. Keep it 2D. But remove all the extra combat mechanics that they've added into it, like freezing time and all that crap. Just go back to traditional. Just the traditional stuff. No reason in overcomplicating it. That's what Mega Man X is for. I wouldn't mind them doing Mega Man Legends 3, although the controls in the first two could really use some updating. If they make Mega Man Legends 3, make it open world, third person open world as Mega Man. Do it like Sonic Frontier, but it's Mega Man. That would sell. It's called No Man's Sea. Did the Sea of Thieves players have diamond-encrusted pirates? They all did it. Every group that I tried to interact with didn't want nothing to do with me. Like I said, that whole game, it's full of elitists. Now, Eighth and his friends have played it quite a bit. They mostly just, sail around trolling people. That's mostly all they do. But they have a lot of fun with it. Isn't South of Midnight a Sweet Baby Inc. game? Probably is. But, I intend to just ignore the story and focus on the gameplay mechanics. And we'll see. We'll see. Like I said, it's going to be an eventually thing. I'm in no rush to try it right now. Not at all. Keep on asking questions, guys. We got a long way to go. Which reminds me, there's no point in doing 1 hour and 2 hours left, so here's one y'all don't get to see very often. Time extended. Thoughts on Outer Wilds? I liked the first one. I think the map design kind of hindered it a little bit because it didn't make it feel as expansive as playing Fallout. So the way they designed that, even when you're like roaming around in the desert, it without even looking at the map screen, you feel like you're in a tiny area. So I think they need to improve upon that. They had it right with Avowed. Avowed, even though it's split into multiple sections, when you're in those sections, you feel like you're in this massive map. They did it right with Avowed. They didn't do it right with the first Outer Worlds. But I still had fun with it. It was funny, and the gameplay was okay. Doom Dark Ages is the only big game that I'm not excited about it because of the way that it plays. They've made everything spongy, and you have to use your shield to break through to be able to do critical hits and stuff. I don't like the way the combat is. I realized I had to do something different because it's, medieval, but I don't like the way the combat is set up. Eighth is going to play it on Game Pass, and if he says it's worth my time, I'll give it a try. But I don't have it currently pre-ordered for PS5. I don't have Indiana Jones pre-ordered for PS5 neither. The only thing I'm focused on right now is snagging a physical copy of Lunar Remastered 1 and 2. No, I'm not a fan of Rammstein. Thoughts on Disco Elysium? I have Disco Elysium. I have not played Disco Elysium. I have it. I got it for like $3 digital on a sale. I don't have a physical copy of it or anything like that. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. For those of you who are long-term fans that have been watching me a long time, you'll remember that when I lived in North Carolina, where did I go to buy all my games? Do you remember? Gamers Alley. A retro store in the Charlotte, North Carolina area that was owned by a friend of mine named Scott. Well, if you'll remember, several months back, Scott showed up in here unannounced and donated $50. Well, that has slowly led to me reconnecting with Scott. So, we're talking on Facebook, and he has a lot of the NES games that I am missing. Games for a lot of systems that I'm missing. And because my health and my time and whatnot and my money and whatnot is making it harder for me to be able to go to 2 Retropaloozas a year, I'm going to start relying on Scott to pick up some of the stuff that I need and just buy it off of his website and have it shipped here. Now, that's not as fun as going to flea markets and whatnot. But the retro stores here where I moved are terrible. All they have are sports games. They've been picked clean by resellers. The flea market here sucks. There's no good game stores where I live. You have to drive up to Waco or you have to drive down to Austin. And I'm just not doing it. And, I'm not patient enough to do no retro collecting until, September, October when Retropalooza Arlington happens. And I'm not in a position where I can drive down to Retropalooza Houston next month because I have to buy the new TV. So I'm going to be relying on Scott. I'm going to be buying stuff from him. I'm also going to be buying stuff from my friend Greg, who I met through the Game Chasers, who has multiple game stores and pop culture store. I mean, they used to be strictly game stores, and they were called Game Bros, and now they're called Culture Shock because they also sell pop culture stuff and Pokemon cards and all that. But I'm also going to be relying on him. I spent $133 on him just the other day buying up some NES cards that I'm missing. Not even rares, just commons that I'm missing. I'm still missing over 300 Nintendo cards before I have a complete set, which I don't know that I'll ever have a complete set because that includes stadium events, which is like $14,000, and Little Samson, Panic Restaurant, big expensive titles like that. Hi, QB. How's it going? Should cheating in video games be illegal? No. In multiplayer, yes. Well, not illegal, but bannable. Thoughts on the two Blasphemous games? Not my genre, man. I've played the first two, and they're okay. They're almost Metroidvania-ish, if not for the, Salt and Sanctuary style 2D Souls-like gameplay that's not really my thing. I like Metroidvanias that play more like Castlevania, That's what I go for. Which, when you think about it, Symphony of the Night has a lot of the mechanics of a Souls-like, except for the whole parrying and dodging and kind of mechanics to it. It's not much that. It's not as much that when it comes to combat. I can't wait for the Outer Wild devs to make the sequel called Inner Wilds. Yeah, but that would be a porn. I get Metroid Prime 4 for Switch 1. Switch 2, yeah. If you could eat whatever you wanted at the moment, what would it be? I would order a big-ass New York-style pizza, and I'd eat the whole thing and not give eighth any. But that will make me violently ill at this point, so I can't do that. I remember one time you walked around your neighborhood talking about break-ins. Yeah, that was in Charlotte. Because we were rushed to find a home, and we didn't do our research very properly on the type of neighborhood we were moving into. And so we ended up buying a nice, clean house, but it was in a bad neighborhood. And people were, y'all remember, somebody broke into my house, stole like $6,000 worth of stuff. This neighborhood, nothing ever happens here. And I think part of that is because every single house in this neighborhood has firearms in it. Mine only currently has one firearm. But there are like straight up arsenals in this neighborhood, yo. What's your dream vacation? My dream vacation? I would like to take 8th to Universal Studios Florida, or I would like to go to Japan, or I'd like to go to Norway. Those are my 3. I don't care anything about going to London at this point. Don't care anything about going to London at this point. To me, going to London at this point would be like going to San Francisco. There's just no point. It's gone. It's lost. It's abandoned. Have you seen the trailer for Tron Catalyst? It looks deep. No, I haven't. What about the retro stores in San Antonio? Well, I moved farther north, so San Antonio is now farther away from me than it used to be. I had the opportunity to buy a house in San Antonio instead of here, which would have meant fewer tornadoes, but more flooding and crime. So I took the risk on tornadoes versus less flooding and less crime. There's no money left in game stores. It's like an obscure fetish pawn shop. Au contraire. My buddy Scott's making money hand over fist. His store is doing extremely well. If you just go to YouTube and look up Gamer's Alley, you can watch videos about his store. It's a nice store, and he does well for himself. He's been successful with it for years. Thoughts on Castlevania Bloodlines? It's okay, but again, I prefer more the Symphony of the Night style Castlevania games than the straightforward actiony ones like 1, 2, 3 and Bloodlines. You know, I like the Metroidvania style of them. That's why, you know, my favorite ones are Symphony of the Night and the ones that were released on Game Boy Advance and DS. How do you know about the guns your neighbors have? Well, because, you know, we have online groups that we all talk on that I'm a member of through the HOA. You wouldn't even want to go to London, Ontario. I wouldn't want to go to Canada, period, right now. Because, you know, it's my understanding that their retro game convention that they used to have up there, that the Game Chasers would go to, it gets less and less about games every year. So that would be the only reason I'd go to Canada. Speaking $90, yeah, I know, I heard. I would just visit Okinawa instead of the mainland. Well, I would want to go to, what's the name of that town? Akibahara, or how it's pronounced. That's where I'd want to go. Yeah, I'd want to go there, and I'd want to go to Tokyo Disneyland, just so I could say I'd been there, because it's the only park that has Disney Sea. I'd want to go to Disney Sea and see that. So that and Akibahara to buy a bunch of old, like what's the name of that famous retro game store there? It's like Potato Games or something like that. I would love to go there with like $1,500 American and just buy everything, you know, cheap versions of everything that I'm missing. Bloodstained is pretty good. If you watch the first 48 on A&E, Charlotte, North Carolina is literally a dead zone. A death zone. Well, yeah, crime was bad when we were living there, and in fact, you know, they're short of putting 8th in a private school, there were no good schools there. All of them were battle zones. They didn't have a single school that wasn't in the ghetto with just high drug and high crime and assaults all the time. It was a nightmare. Worst school district I'd ever seen. And so when the company said, hey, we're shutting down the bulk of our operations here in Charlotte, you can take severance, or you can move to Atlanta, or you can move to Texas. I'll move to Texas. Thank you. Because I knew Texas would have the best school system for 8th to finish out his high school. And that turned out to be true. He went to John Glenn High School, and he had an awesome time. He had everything that he needed. It worked out great. I have a Discord already, Alien, but I don't use it. You know, I've talked for years now about starting a membership, and anyone that wants to be part of the Discord has to pay for the membership. But I've just been lazy and not set it up. Because one of the things it would involve is logging into my Discord and ejecting everybody that's currently in it and starting over. But you know, eventually I'll get around to it. I'll create a membership system here where, Everybody pays, I don't know, $2 a month or something like that. $2 a month, $5 a month, something like that, and they get to use the Discord. But anyone that tries to post anything that's nasty in there, they're gone. I'll have to establish mods that I trust. It's a lot of work. If you were to download a game, could you burn it to a disk and call it a physical game? Or would that count as pirating? Well, that's technically pirating. Plus, if it's a game that was only made as a digital release, it would probably be missing some of the coding required for you to be able to stick it into the system and it boot off the disk. Did you get Mario 3D All-Stars for the Switch? Yes, I did. It's probably the most expensive Switch thing we have. I'll never go to Canada. It's the country of short fat otaku, my mortal enemy. Do you think Diesel Kevin Nash is a terrible main eventer? No, he just wasn't that big on actual, wrestling repertoire as far as his move set and everything. Okay, so his Whatnot stream is supposed to be starting in a little over 30 minutes here. Yeah, today at 8 p.m. it says. So we got a little bit of time yet. Little bit of time. Okay. The issue with the mainland is the tsunamis like the one in 2011. Well, yeah. But I don't think you'd be any safer on Okinawa than you would on the mainland. Not if you were like in the central mainland, like in Tokyo or whatever. You ought to be relatively safe from a tsunami there. But if you're on, 50 miles in from the coast, you'd be kind of effed, I guess. Do you remember Darksiders 3? Yes, we have it. I haven't played it, but we have it. 8th beat it. No, I'm not getting the next Last of Us Collector's Edition. Favorite Capcom Disney game? Probably DuckTales. I would go to Alberta to check out the Calgary Stamp. I don't think that still exists, does it? I thought Vince McMahon bought that out decades ago. What is PlayStation doing? They've shown nothing. I have no idea, man. No idea. I think all their studios are playing catch up because they were all working on live stream crap that Jim Ryan put into play that, went to crap, and so now they have nothing to show. That's what I think's going on. I don't watch Vitaly. I don't care what he does or what he says. Not a YouTuber that I follow. Not at all. 25 years in prison in the Philippines. Good Lord. Good Lord. I hear jokes about how the urban areas in British Columbia are one big Chinatown. China is here, Mr. Burton. What does that even mean? What the hell does that mean? I amuse myself way too much sometimes. If I was PlayStation, pump out Ratchet and Clank or Sly Cooper, shorter game. Well, exactly. That's part of the problem that Sony is having right now is they abandoned their double A releases, their mid-budget releases. There's no more Jack and Daxter. We haven't had a Ratchet and Clank since launch. Sold 4 million copies. No Sly Cooper. There's tons of things that they could bring back that would be relatively inexpensive. They could be bringing back some of their RPGs without having to modernize them or spend anywhere near what Square Enix spends on, Final Fantasy. Like Legend of Dragoon, they could make a sequel to it. Not even, up the graphical quality. Just do a sequel like they were releasing it in 1999. Or Beyond the Beyond. Same thing. Only place in China I have a morbid curiosity would be Harbin. That's where Unit 731. I don't know what any of that is. So. No Infamous. I like Infamous. I didn't like Delson Rowe as a character. I'd want it to go back to Cole. Go back to Cole McGrath. Because I did not like Delson Rowe. I heard they were going to remake Big Trouble in Little China with Dwayne Johnson, but I guess they backed away. If so, it was for the best. No one could beat Kurt Russell. You're damn right. Funniest, don't care. Don't care about that stuff. As far as I'm concerned, that's political talk, and I don't want to sully my stream with it. Have you seen the PC port for The Last of Us 2? It's not looking good. No, I haven't seen it. Would you agree that Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns represent some of the most god-awful You're not wrong. Part of that, though, is they're not allowed to be themselves. They're still relying too much on script. 7th, Sony needs to bring back Heavenly Sword. I didn't think Heavenly Sword was all that good, to be honest with you. Did Anthem really brick PS4s? I don't know. I never bought it. Couldn't tell you. What's 7th's favorite ice cream? Double chocolate. Like the thickest chocolate that you can get with the big extra thick chunks of chocolate in it. The chocolatier, the better. Although I do also like strawberry. Really rich, creamy strawberry. And then I take it and I make it into a strawberry milkshake. Of course, I don't do any of that now because all of that would make me sick. Violently, violently ill. I can't have anything sweet anymore. No ice cream, no cakes, no candy bars, no cookies. I can have bananas and apples and such, but even then, I'm rolling the dice that those don't make me sick. Just about everything sweet makes me sick. And just about anything that tastes good makes me sick. So it's mainly, grilled chicken, grilled fat-free pork, green beans, baked potato with nothing on it, beans, black-eyed peas. That's about it. Every day. Because that's what I can eat that won't make me violently ill. No, I never liked mint ice cream, even when I could eat it. I wish Hong Kong would gain its independence. Never going to happen. Sony should bring back Killzone or at least Resistance. I have all sorts of things wrong with me, Soul Drift, but the main thing is that if I eat stuff that's too heavy and fat, I have a gallbladder attack. And, obviously the ideal solution for that would just be to go get surgery and have my gallbladder removed. But at my current weight and with my current heart issues, putting me under anesthesia would not be a good idea. So I'm trying to instead manage it and hopefully just, avoid creating. I've passed the gallstones that I had, so hopefully just avoid creating any new ones by not eating anything that would cause them to form. But at my current weight, with my current health challenges, putting me under anesthesia would not be a good idea. There'd be a very strong chance that I would not wake up. And I don't want to risk anything like that until 8th is able to afford all of this without me. So I will just sit here and hurt. Favorite WrestleMania? Probably, what was it, 14, where it was Austin versus Michaels with Tyson as a referee. 7 should bring, Sony should bring back SOCOM. Yes. Parappa the Rapper. The company that made it is gone, so who knows? I mean, you know, if Team Asobi could probably do it, but they're so small they can't work on Astrobot and that at the same time. What do you think Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 will be called? Because the dev said it will start with... I don't know. 7th get better soon. Thank you, Sage J. My mom had her gallbladder removed last year, and she's had some issues afterwards. Well, yeah, because you're no longer creating bile. So even after you get rid of your gallbladder, there's still certain things and amounts of things that you can't eat because you're not generating the bile needed for it anymore. And so it causes you digestive problems. You know, constipation issues. I've heard of people that after they get that surgery that develop diverticulitis and other things. So it's not a fix-all. So what I'm trying to do is just eat better and eat less and see if that has any positive result. I mean, worst case scenario, I'm 50. I'm probably not going to live past 70. So worst case scenario, I just have to deal with this pain for 20 more years. And not enjoy eating anything for 20 more years. I can do that. I can do that. No one really knows what the status is of Wolverine because Insomniac keep dodging the questions about it. God of War 1 through 3 remake. Looks like that was only a rumor. We'll find out, but why didn't Sony buy the Crash IP? Because they were dumb. Right now my dad has to do chemo. Well, sorry to hear that. In before you live to 95. I'm never going to live to 95. I haven't even had my wisdom teeth. I still have my wisdom teeth because they're afraid to put me under to remove them. So I have that pain too because I have one that's literally sideways like this and just pushes against the rest of my teeth all the time. So I'm in constant pain there too. I've just gotten so used to it that I don't notice it anymore. But I can't have those removed either because they don't want to put me under for it. And they don't want me to be numbed and awake for it because they said it could be traumatizing. Yes, I've seen Ready Player One. I saw it at the theater, and I have it on 4K back there. The last time I had surgery was in North Carolina. I was still married at the time, and I had to have my tonsils removed. And I was heavy at that point, too. I was not as heavy as I am now, but I was heavy. And when I came out of it, they told me that I had an apnea event while I was under. I stopped breathing, like sleep apnea for, that fat people sometimes have, and they had to stick a tube down my throat to get me breathing again. Now, that was 20-something years ago. Imagine now. Siphon filter, yeah. What's up with the cowboy hat? I got it for free from Temu. Do you like it? Now I'm a real Texan. Yes, I saw the footage of teens throwing popcorn in the Minecraft movie. Seventh, when do you think Halo 6 will come out? Wasn't that Halo Infinite? He's okay right now. Surgery was successful. He has to do the chemo to make sure it stays going. Okay. Incubation is tough. Oh. It's like that's just growing old, man. Stuff that you've just taken for granted all your life starts to fail and starts to not work like it used to. And so right now, my only option, even if I wanted to get the surgeries, like getting my tonsils out, getting my wisdom teeth out, getting the gallbladder thing dealt with, would be losing a massive amount of weight. That's it. I got to lose a massive amount of weight. And so that's what I'm trying to do by, not only to relieve my pain, but just, eat. All I'm eating are like scrambled eggs with nothing in them for breakfast. And then I don't eat lunch. And then I have 6 ounces of chicken meat with some beans or peas and either brown rice or a baked potato. And that's my dinner. And then the only thing I eat for snacks is I'll have a banana, or I'll have some sliced peaches with no sugar added, or I'll have peanuts, unsalted peanuts. That's it. That's all I've been eating. No soda either. Just water and tea and apple juice. I'll drink natural apple juice with no sugar added because apple juice is supposed to be good for dissolving gallstones. I don't know how true that is, but it's supposed to have some ingredient in it that's good for dissolving gallstones. So we'll see. Where do you think Naughty Dog would have evolved to if Amy Hennig became the head? I don't know. Better than what we got, that's for sure. I told you my aunt and uncle were moving from Frisco to Florida. It turns out they're just renting in Florida and buying a place in Oklahoma. Ah, they're snowbirds. Old people do that a lot, especially with people that live up in the Northeast, like Maine, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey. Their primary residence is up there, but during the winter months, they buy a second home down in Florida to avoid the cold. And that's the only time they live there. They go back up north for hurricane and tornado season, and they only stay in Florida during the winter time. And when you live in Florida, they call them snowbirds. Stephen King's like that. Stephen King's primary home is up in Maine, but he has at least one summer home down in the Keys, or a winter home down in the Florida Keys. It's a very, very common thing. I'm still young. Thinking about this once I get older is kind of scary. Yeah. Texas would be my... I didn't think or worry about it. It never even crossed my mind when I was your age. Kind of wish that I had thought about it. Texas would be my second place to move. If the first place, I want to move because if it becomes another California. Well, let me tell you, all the people that are moving here from California, they're moving to Austin. So as long as you don't move to Austin, you ought to be okay. San Antonio ought to be relatively all right. Houston should be relatively all right, although you do have to worry about flooding and hurricanes there. Dallas, so-so. I didn't move to any of those. I left the Austin area, and I lived out in the Austin suburbs, like 35 miles away from Austin, so I didn't experience all of that. For me, it was just living in a normal town. But I left there, and now I've moved halfway between Austin and Waco, and it's just quiet, old-fashioned American town here. Nothing kooky going on. Town was established by the railroad. So, it's quiet. There's not a lot to do here. But, if you have something you want to do, you can drive west into Killeen, or you can drive north to Waco. You can drive south to Austin. Find stuff to do there. That's just it. Nice, quiet town where nothing happens. That's what I wanted, and that's what I got. Of course, a tornado hit 2 days before I moved in, but thank God it didn't hit my house. My house was spared. If our house had been destroyed, I don't know what we would have done. We would have ended up living in a hotel for a year. It would have been awful. I considered Arizona. It's got a nice dry heat to it. You know, you never hear about no hurricanes or tornadoes tearing up Arizona. But they do have some crime problems out there too, depending on the area that you move to. And some people just can't handle that dry heat. I didn't watch season 1 of The Last of Us. I watched one episode of it and I was like, nope, I'm done. No, I don't think Star Wars will recover. Oh, I have IBS too, Soul Drift. I have all sorts of wonderful things wrong with me. Austin's become the Portland of the South. You're not wrong. If I moved to Texas, it'd be in the hill country or any place that's dry. Well, the housing in hill country is really expensive, Soul Drift. You know, this is a 2,200 square foot house, or 2,300 square foot house. And I paid under $300,000 for it. You wouldn't get a 2,300 square foot house in the hill country for that cheap. You'd probably be looking at $500,000 or higher. No, Rev hasn't unblocked me. Is it okay to like stuffed animals and cute aesthetic stuff as a 26-year-old? If it's okay for you, it wasn't okay for me. You know, that's the reason why I never got into Pokemon, because I was already in my 20s when Pokemon came out. Doesn't do anything for me. Cutesy wootsy stuff doesn't do anything for me. It didn't do anything for me when I was little. You know, I had a few plushes that my parents bought me, like, you know, teddy bears and such. But when I went to the store, I wasn't buying, like, you know, Care Bears or any of that crap. I was buying Transformers and G.I. Joes and stuff. Did you ever, what were your thoughts on Everybody Hates Chris? I never watched that show. Never got into it. Massive beehive. Yeah, the seventh household does not like bees or wasps or hornets or dirt daubers. Lake Havasu City or Mesa. Northern Arizona is nice, but I got issues with the states for personal reason. Well, it's too late. I've already bought this house, so I couldn't move to Arizona if I wanted to, because I'm not going to try to sell this house and just to move again and start over again. You know, maybe if that might be something that Eighth would be willing to do after I pass away. He could, if he didn't want to be in Texas anymore, he could sell the place and use it as a down payment on a house in Arizona or whatever. But I don't know. He seems to like Texas, so I don't think he'll do that. I could see him maybe moving farther north because he likes snow. So I could see him maybe moving to the Dallas-Fort Worth area so he would actually get snow every year. But I think that's as far as he would bother to move. I don't think he would, you know, move to like the upper Midwest or Portland or something, you know, Oregon or anything like that. But that might be why he wouldn't move to Arizona too, because, you know, might not want the dry heat. Why did Rev block you? I made a joke because he was acting all happy because he asked Grok, the AI on X, who Solid Rev was. And Grok gave this description that he was very flattered by. And I said, look at this poor sad man who is so bereft of compliments in his life that he's asking a glorified calculator what they think of him. You know, something to that effect, and he blocked me. And it was just a joke. It was just an innocent joke. Thoughts on Psycho Sid's career? I never was impressed with Sid Vicious. Didn't do anything for me. Did you watch King of Queens? Yes. Because my wife watched it. That's the only reason I watched it, is because my wife watched it. Watch Day of the Jackal on Peacock. I don't have Peacock. What was your Saturday morning lineup of cartoons, Seven? It changed every year because there was new cartoons every year. So it depended on the year you were talking about. Well, it can be really dry here in Texas, Soul, but it doesn't do anything for my IBS, so it probably ain't going to do anything for yours either. No, I have still not been to the Alamo, damn it. Eighth has been to it. I mean, he didn't take the tour, but he walked past it. Cut a CM Punk promo on Rev? Nah. He didn't used to be sensitive like that, but he is now. Did you tell him? How am I going to tell him I'm joking? He blocked me. I liked the first couple of seasons of Game of Thrones. Once it got to season 4, it started to get dumb. Favorite Undertaker match? Oh, I don't know. I can't really think of an Undertaker match I haven't liked. Did you like House of Cards? I thought it was an interesting show. I mean, I hate to say it, but once they removed Dude off of it, it wasn't worth watching anymore. He was the only thing that really made it interesting. Sad but true. Okay, so that stream should be starting in about 15 minutes. Here's a little something you should know about Billy's live streams, though. He never, ever, ever starts them on time. He is always late. I make fun of him incessantly for it. He is late to every stream he starts. You went to the Alamo? I really want to go see it because, when I was a little kid, I grew up in Chattanooga, Tennessee. So all you ever heard about was Davy Crockett, Davy Crockett, Davy Crockett. And so I grew up idolizing Davy Crockett. So I would love to go down there and see the place where he lost his life. But for whatever reason, I just haven't managed to get down there. I had this idea in my head that me and Eighth one weekend were just going to get a hotel room right there on the Riverwalk and go down there and tour the Riverwalk, have, get a nice meal, go to the Alamo, do the whole Ripley's thing, and then come back home. And it just hasn't materialized. It just hasn't happened. Maybe next year what I need to do is take a chunk of my bonus, and that is the trip to San Antonio fund. And when it warms up, take a few days off, drive down to San Antonio, do our thing. I could do that this year, but I have to replace his TV. And I have to replace my TV. My TV's not broken, but the picture is starting to get blue. Everything's starting to look bluish. So I need to replace mine too. But at least mine still works. His doesn't work at all. So we got to get his replaced before mine. And he's still between jobs right now. So he doesn't have the money to buy a new one himself. So I gotta get him taken care of until he can get back on his feet and start working again. Ever been to Athens, Tennessee? Yes. Wasn't much there. Worst games to cause horrible influence that we now suffer in games. That's a very, very broad question. I went to the Alamo in 2006 and I stayed in a hotel by the Riverwalk. It looks amazing. Yeah, they're actually planning to do some kind of big renovation at the Alamo too. I don't have the details on what all they're doing, but those are Zoomer cartoons, Magi. That won't appeal to 7. What cartoons did he talk about? A Hell of a Boss and Has Been Hotel. No. Not my thing. Get an LG OLED TV for 8th. You guys won't regret that. Well, that's what we were looking at. I think the one I was looking at was, I think it's the model B4. It's a 77 inch, and he was looking to get like a either a 50 or a 65 inch up there. But I was going to wait until Memorial Day to see if Best Buy had a Memorial Day sale on before I replaced his TV. So he's mainly been watching in the computer room. Did you see Fat Gamer's newest video? No, I did not. I've kind of avoided him ever since he had his essay conversation that got out. They are goated 7th. Should watch them. No, they don't do anything for me. That style of animation doesn't do anything for me. That style of writing doesn't do anything for me. Athens, Tennessee in the summer of 1946. No, I'm not going to get a Switch 2. If you had been here on time, you'd already know that. There was also a cool comic book shop by the Riverwalk. I wouldn't mind going in and checking it out, but just keep in mind, I haven't collected comics in 30 years. I just spent 6 days setting up for and taking part in the final NCAA event here in San Antonio. I kind of forget the Alamo's there because I'm so used to it being there. Familiarity breeds contempt. Or indifference. Get an OLED or a Samsung Mini LED TV. Both are good, and any 90 series from Samsung's good as a man. What collection you wanted to buy called again? Trying to find it. I don't know what you're talking about. Careful vigilance. Whatever you do with the TVs, get the 5-year warranties. Yeah. I've never had to buy a warranty on a TV because they've always lasted at least 5 years. That TV upstairs is over 5 years old. It's over 5 years old. That stream ought to be starting just any minute now. For those of you who are late, I'm going to be live streaming me bidding on Billy's auction on Whatnot. And so I keep hopping in there to see if he started it yet. But it don't look like he has. Let me see if he's... I'm going to look at it, see if he's already moved it. No, he hasn't rescheduled it. It shows it starts in 6 minutes. Yeah, that TV that's where the picture's starting to look blue, I got that in 2017. So, it's 8 years old. Which items are you hoping to buy at the auction stream? I'm going to buy as many of them as possible. I'm going to buy as many of them as possible because thanks to y'all, I got $170 to spend. Y'all want me to buy even more? Keep the donations coming. The more y'all donate, the more I buy. And if he runs out of stuff to sell, I'll take what's left and I'll go to eBay and buy stuff with it. Yep. Or we could use it to buy stupid stuff on Temu. Just whatever you want to do. Y'all donated it. Y'all can help me decide what to do with it after this. So y'all want to keep me... Y'all have already got me here until midnight, so because of how much has been donated. You want to keep donating, that's just more stuff that I'm going to buy on here. Yup. I hope you don't get outbid. Well, we'll see. If it's something that I want, that hasn't been a problem so far with his Whatnot streams. If over 5 years y'all should have upgraded sooner. Well, you see, here's the thing, Hi-Fi Life. I'm the kind of guy that I don't replace something until the one I already have breaks. That's the way I do it. That's the way I get my money out of it. Is I only replace it when it's broke. And technically, my TV still works. It's just everything has a slightly bluish tint to it. Very, very subtle. You don't even really notice it unless you take a picture of the screen. 8th just completely shorted out where it won't turn on anymore, so now it's time to replace his TV. Now, prior, he would have bought it himself. But when he left Walmart to move here, the Walmart here wouldn't let him transfer. And so he's had a hard time finding work since we moved here. Eventually, he will find a job. But for right now, he needs a TV. He doesn't have the money to buy one, so I will be buying one for him next month. Mag and Starhawk were garbage. Uh-oh. That one was a silent one. But that one was dangerous. That's another thing. Doing a 6-hour stream, it's likely I'm going to have to take at some point a bathroom break. I'm probably going to have to drop some friends off at the pool. You know what I'm saying? I moved from outside of Austin to halfway between Austin and Waco. And the reason being is because the house I'd been renting for years, the property manager reached out to me a year ago, March, and said, oh, by the way, we've decided to sell the home, so you have until May to find somewhere else to go. Well, I didn't want to just rent another house and have to worry about the same thing happening a year from then, and so be constantly having to pay several $1,000s to move every time they decide to sell a property out from under me. So I was like, screw it. I know I said I'd never do it again, but I'm buying a house. And it was way too expensive to buy in the area that I was living in outside of Austin, so I moved north, where the houses were cheaper. Unfortunately, that also moved me into the itty-bitty little tiny bottom row of Tornado Alley. Although it seems, based on what's been going on this year so far, that Tornado Alley is moving eastwards. Because so far, my general area hasn't been hit by anything. There hasn't really been any bad tornadoes in Texas this year. It's all been in like Oklahoma and Tennessee and Alabama and Mississippi, Louisiana and all that, because it seems like Tornado Alley is just, moving eastward towards the southeast, which is weird. Anyway, we have 1 minute and 47 seconds before this stream is supposed to start. I'm watching it. I'm right here. I'm watching it. Did you just pull a Magneto 39? What, did I fart on camera? I fart on camera all the time. It's just that one wasn't really magic powers. That one was, nothing escaped, but something might try to later type of fart. That was a warning fart, a test fart in George Carlin parlance. Should Capcom reboot Bionic Commando? They already tried that once and it didn't do very well. They handicapped it by putting this invisible ceiling there where you could only go up so high. Nowadays, if they could do a Bionic Commando game that ran on, say, the Spider-Man engine, it'd probably be one of the greatest things ever. But all right, we got 40-something seconds. No real point in leaving Soul Drift. It's getting to the point where everywhere has tornadoes. That used to be something you didn't have to worry about that much in Tennessee. Now they get them every year. Even in little podunk towns like what I lived in outside of Chattanooga get tornadoes now on a regular basis, where it used to be just a really, really rare thing when I was a kid. All right, 2, 1. Stream should be starting, but he's not in here. Where you at, Billy? Come on, man. I promised this to my viewers. You're making me look bad, Billy. They've got money to spend here, Billy. Possibly more if more people go and donate up there. Where you at, Billy? He's probably going to show up on there like a half hour from now, and then he's gonna say that it wasn't working because he was having problems with getting the Whatnot app stuff to work with his camera. He's been having like lagging issues with his camera on Whatnot recently. Do you think unmasking Kane was a terrible idea? Kinda, yeah. Yeah, I don't think Arizona gets much in the way of tornadoes because of how dry it is. You know, the lack of moisture prevents the kind of supercell rotation needed to create that cyclonic effect. So I would think that it would be a rare thing in Arizona. I would think. But, you know, I wasn't really thinking about Tornado Alley when I bought this house. I was mainly thinking about no crime or low crime and price. And so what happened? Tornado touched down, you know, a little bit north of this neighborhood. And this neighborhood got hit by straight line winds. And my house was spared because all the other houses around me on this cul-de-sac took the hit for me and shielded my house from the damage. He's still not logged in yet. Now I'm irritated. Come on, Billy, hurry up and come take my money. I got plenty right there. Let's go. Oh, Billy, I am disappointed. Just messaging him real quick. Ugh, magic powers. He ain't shown up yet. He still wears the mask as mayor. I kind of like to see that. I'm sure there's videos of it on YouTube. I'll check it out at some point. I think he might be adding more stuff to the shop before he starts it. I don't know what he's doing. I don't see him logged into the stream yet. There he is. He just popped in. Let's see when he actually starts it. Let's see when he actually starts it. Ah, here he is.
What is up?
Of course, he can't hear me.
What's up, everybody? How are you today? So, yeah, I'm just
I just said we're live on 7thCast. Say hello. If he even sees it.
How you doing? How everyone doing? I want to get this out of the way.
He's
right
irritated.
now.
He's pissed.
I'm not in the best of moods right now, and so if it shows through, I apologize. But somebody swiped my side view mirror off of my damn truck while it was parked somewhere, and so it's been destroyed. No
That
cameras.
sucks.
See who did it. So I've been dealing with that the past couple hours.
Well, that sucks.
Not telling that to you for any sort of sympathy reasons. It's just that I know myself, and I know I'm going to be in a rotten fucking mood tonight.
Oh, watch the language there, sir.
Because I can't let things go. So apologies up front. So with that said, I'm going to try to put it behind me and just have a good time tonight. So. Yeah, we'll see. Damn, we already got 30 people in here. That's a good thing. Appreciate that. That's awesome of you guys. Hope find the piece of shit. No, I mean it was on the. I was.
Here's another thing about Billy. He takes forever to get to the point. He'll talk and talk and talk before he actually starts the auction. It's just what he does.
And I was parked on the. They had like a band playing. It's like a really big.
Wouldn't it be sad when I can no longer eat my favorite sweets? I love Little Debbie. Oh, I love those too.
And
That's my favorite Little Debbie, or the oatmeal cream pies.
And there were multiple people parked on
I
the street.
and I love banana pudding.
I'm the guy that
Love banana pudding.
got fucked.
There he goes again. Watch the F-bombs, Billy.
Hey, what can you do? What can you do?
I'm giving you free advertising. You're dropping F-bombs. Now I won't be able to monetize this stream, you jerk.
I'm not making this stream about that. I'm just like I know that I'm gonna be just something eating away at me the entire night, and it's just pissing me off. But
Come on.
It is what it is. But
Yes, it is.
No more. I'm not gonna talk about it anymore.
I'm sorry that happened to you, but come take my money.
Okay.
You could have already taken my money by now, and then you'd have the money to replace your mirror. Let's go.
I got a ton of wares.
Let's go then.
Tons of wares tonight.
Prove it.
And on the plus side, the camera isn't like.
I got 170 to play with. Let's go.
It's not a frame rate of like 3 or 4. Everything looks great. Everything sounds great, I assume. So, yeah, let's do it, right?
Yeah, let's do it. Come on.
All right, so, okay, just looking at this first and foremost. By the way, before we get started, I will say, if you are new, there is a ton of stuff in the Buy It Now section, and in addition to
T-shirts, posters. We know.
to that,
We know,
I
Billy.
did
We know.
drop the price of the shirts for this stream.
Oh, Nilla wafers are great
Shirts
in your
are
banana pudding.
several
Awesome.
dollars off.
Awesome. Love it. I could eat an entire bowl this
Basically,
big
everything's on sale right now.
and half.
If you go to that Buy Now section, if there's something you've been teetering on, today may be the time to pick it up. It is going to be cheaper. We do have those DVD sets, the few remaining DVD sets that have the Choose Your Own Adventure game. So you play the game in your DVD player, and you can choose to either go game hunting or search for Bigfoot. That is in Season 3. Season 2 Choose Your Own Adventure game. I don't remember.
This is not exactly compelling content, Billy.
There's one on Season 2 and Season 3. Those will never be made again. They'll never be printed again. Those are it. So those are in the Buy It Now section. What's there is the only remaining copies of that.
I understand that he does this for new people, but we don't really get that many new
Whatever.
people in here. It's usually the
That's
repeat
not something you
offenders.
can pirate
So
either.
all
You
of
can't
us
pirate
have
that.
heard this
Choose Your Own
over
Adventure game. It's
and
just
over
not-
and over again since he started Whatnot.
Yeah. That's
Nothing but
this
love
is
for you,
your way to
Billy.
get
Though.
it.
I see there he is.
Exclusive content. There you go. All right. So with that said, and with that out of the way, let's
do
go
it.
ahead and put some of these wares up for purchase. I see that there are a lot of pre-bids already. So
Yeah, mine.
just go ahead. And that has a lot of pre-bids on it right now. Now this one is PAL.
I don't really care if I win this one or not because it's PAL region, so it's not a U.S. release NES cart. It's Beauty and the Beast for NES. It was only released in the UK, so I don't really care if I get this one or not.
Look up its tutorial on your YouTubes, and it'll show you how.
So this one I put a pre-bid on. If somebody passes my pre-bid, I'm not going above it.
There we go.
Because I'd have.
Beauty and the Beast. It actually says something weird. It's like Beauty Bell and Beast Bell, or I don't know. It's just really weird. But it's Beauty and the Beast.
I mean, it would work on my Polymega. I wouldn't have to make any mods to my NES.
Are you allowed to say that? I don't know.
But
anyway,
I put a pre-bid on it last night. If they go above that, I don't think I'm gonna.
Anyway,
I already put $30 on it, and I don't really want to go above 30 on that cart.
Game and not easy to come by, especially here.
Yeah, somebody already bumped it up to $54. I'm not paying $54 for that. It's not a U.S. release, so it's not on my list.
On Devil May Cry. No, you didn't. I haven't run into. This is the first thing I've ran today.
So I'm gonna let this one slide.
Devil May Cry.
It's not worth $60 to me.
It is. It's not been sold.
If it was a U.S. card, it'd be a different story. But I'm not paying $60 for a Beauty and the Beast game. I'm just not doing it, guys. That'd be like paying $60 for Barbie. I'm not doing it. And especially one that wasn't a U.S. release. Not doing that. Somebody else can have that one.
Oh, and another thing, I've got rubbing alcohol in my right eye. I got alcohol in my right eye. It's been burning like for the last 4 or 5 hours.
Somebody just bumped it up to 64.
It's been a day for me.
Yeah, that game, even by price charting, is only worth like $75. So you're not getting any deal by buying it at that price. So I have no regrets about losing that one.
Thank you so much.
I have no regret about losing to that one. Because I put that. I put that pre-bid on it before I found out that it was a PAL-only cart. Once I found out it was a PAL-only cart, I didn't care about it anymore. There hasn't been a Hannah Montana. What are you talking about?
Okay, let's. Hey, what's up, Bubs? How you doing, man? How you doing, man? All right, look. You know what? Honestly, hanging out with you guys, I can't help but be better. It helps put me in. It elevates my mood to a degree. It's just that I'm always a little worried that I tend to wear my emotions on my shoulders sometimes, and so it kind of comes through where I'm in like a rotten ass mood. That's just been one of those days.
Yep.
But I'm here. I'm now. And you guys are helping cheer me up.
Tell them the lies there.
All right. So this right here, this is Final Fantasy Origins. So
I already have that.
Final Fantasy 2 on the PlayStation. Now here's the thing with this one. I see that we already have some pre-bids on it. There's reason to believe that this.
He's not getting to the stuff I need.
It's wrapped tightly, and it's. Now here's the thing. It doesn't have like this the protective.
That's because it's been resealed, Billy. It's not sealed. It's been resealed.
I don't know if they didn't do that for the greatest hits green label stuff. I'm not sure.
It's been resealed, Billy.
Reseal. It's the best reseal I've ever seen.
It's a reseal.
This cellophane is tight. It feels like factory sealed. That's how tight it is. So I can't for sure 100% say that this is factory sealed.
I'm having to hold my head up.
I think that it is. So take it.
Oh my god.
I've seen a bunch of reseals.
Oh my god.
A lot of different like retro video game stores. You see a lot of they resell a bunch of stuff. You can usually tell. It's just looser. This feels like the plastic that's on a factory sealed game.
It's like my ex-wife wanting to talk about what happened on Grey's Anatomy last night.
I didn't put factory sealed in the description because I don't know what it is, but it could be. So take it for what you will.
So now I get to sit and wait some more on something that I don't need to
Later
bid on.
prints don't have the rainbow PS.
Come
still,
on,
so
man.
there you go.
Come on, Cletus.
More
Come
evidence
on.
that it actually might be factory sealed. So there you go.
Good God. You are a long-winded Billy. Hurry up and get this one out of the way, son.
Right here. So just keep everything that I said in mind. Regardless, it's a great game.
Already got it. Don't need it. Not buying something I already got. Get to all the other stuff. Come on. And don't tell a freaking story about everything. You don't have to do that with everything.
A lot of greatest hits don't. Most of them don't. Yeah, they probably just went ahead and got lazy.
Ain't nobody going to spend big bucks on that because it's a common. Come on, son. Come on, son. It's a common.
I don't know.
My dead Aunt Mabel has that game. Come on.
The game case and manual, I'm not going to open it up and see. Just
16 seconds to go.
Everything is immaculate.
You're draining all the fun out of this, Billy. Come on.
So
get to the good
nothing
stuff.
Else, it looks mint. So if you want a copy of this game in greatest hits form, this is as good as it's going to get.
Already got it. In fact, I got it twice. I think I have a backup of it somewhere because I thought I didn't have it anymore, but I did.
Thanks for the autographed game. Arrived quickly. Well, thank you for ordering, man. I appreciate that.
Wow. Somebody actually paid $27 for that so far.
Yeah, you guys.
$27 for that game.
For those of you who maybe new, I know I promoted this.
28
stream.
For Final Fantasy Origins on PS1. Really?
So to a lot of new people. Yeah, if you've never been here before, so that buy it now section, you can go there and you can find retro games or retro games. You can find signed stuff by us. You can find Game Chasers merchandise. Oh, by the way.
How many new people do you think have logged in since the last time you talked about that?
The super cool. Hold on, I'll be right back. Thank
God.
You, Next Gen, for the purchase of Final Fantasy. But just give me a minute. I'll be right back, guys. We'll show you something. And also stick around for the Turtles in Time.
I already have that. I already have Turtles in Time. I don't need Turtles in Time. I need all the other stuff you're selling. This is just not turning out the way I thought it would be. I forgot to mention the cowboy hat. Thank you. You know, I might have actually bought that Beauty and the Beast cart for $70 if it hadn't have been that would have left me with just $100 left to play with. I didn't want to blow that big of a wad on a PAL-only NES cart. If it had been a US cart, it might have been a different story. Yeah, that's another thing. He plays copyrighted music during his streams. So that makes this all the more reason why I'm not going to be able to monetize this.
For tonight, I'm doing some of these giveaways here. So if you go and buy Game Chasers merchandise, so it can be either like in the buy now section. If you buy like a shirt or a signed game or something Game Chasers merchandise related, I'm going to throw in one of these vintage. I'm not even gonna say Super Mario because some of them are Super Mario, some of them are Super Mario 2, some of them are Zelda, but they're vintage Nintendo.
Spit it out, Billy. Shit.
Cards. And so basically they're scratch offs, and there's a game that you play with it. And
yeah, I don't care.
They're none of them are scratched off. This is actually Double Dragon here. But I looked it up. All these essentially go for like anywhere between.
I still buy CD albums by physical copy instead of digital. So do I.
Like 5 to 10.
If I can buy physical, I buy physical.
The protective sleeve. I'm gonna throw them in for free. So if you buy some Game Chasers merchandise, I will throw in one of those cards absolutely free.
Dude, I already got the shirt that nobody else would buy. What more do you want from me?
Token of appreciation, because if you're spending your hard-earned money to rep Game Chasers on your chest, or Melvor as a soccer mom, or whatever else shirt we have in there. It's the least I can do, giving you some stuff. So, I don't know. I think they're cool. I wouldn't mind keeping them myself, but I'd rather just kind of give them out to you guys. So,
next item, please. I'm already going to have to be here till midnight. Let's not be doing this till midnight. How about that?
There's nostalgia there, I will say. There's not much,
Kill Switch Engage. I love that band.
there, but it's still
I love Kill Switch Engage.
I wouldn't mind keeping them.
They're one of my favorite, more modern bands.
But I have roughly about 30 to 40, I think. Only about 20 of them that actually have the protect. I want to when I send them out, I want to have the actual like plastic.
You see what I mean?
I only have,
he talks about how he wants to just get it out of the way, and then he will think of every single thing to talk about aside from the next item to auction.
Give those out to everybody who buys.
I've seen him have a night where he only had 5 things to sell, and it took 3 hours.
For free. And thank
I'm
you,
not kidding.
Justin. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Lord help.
Thank you.
Lord help me. Give me patience, Lord.
Taking advantage of the offer. And Pack unlocked bronze tier. Thank you so much. That is awesome of you.
He tends to ramble. He goes off
All
on
right,
tangents.
Let's get back to the auction.
Yes, let's. How about it?
All right, so let's get to some NES games. All right, so I do have.
Let's do what it is. Spit it out, Junior.
Which I consider staples in your
What's that
NES
from?
collection. So if you're looking to build your NES collection, these are definitely staples to have in it.
I already have Metroid. Son of a bitch.
Metroid. Now this
I already have it.
is as clean as you're going to get. All right, no label damage. It looks beautiful. Pins, everything looks great. Like you could eat off of this as clean as it is. So I think that you need that game. Is what I think. But actually, you know what? It actually might be better than my own copy. Which now I think
That's right, Billy Madison.
But no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to sell this one.
Soccer Mom Rampage, like the movie Falling Down.
Pre-bid of
I would
$10.
watch that.
All right. I don't even know what Metroid goes for, by the way. I'm starting pretty much.
I'm not familiar with Lacuna Coil.
Because that's in the box.
Billy makes me want to consider the Tide Pod Challenge. Oh, you hear that, Billy? They're not fond of you right now.
What's up, Metalhead? What's up, Eagle? About damn time. Hey, Eagle. So I picked up some DVDs for you. I picked up some DVDs for you today, specifically for this. Are you a Steven Seagal fan? Because I got like 4 Steven Seagal movies. DVDs, by the way. They're not listed, but I bet you don't have a few of these. Some of these that I have, I haven't even heard of. I have Hard to Kill, which is my favorite. No, Under Siege is my favorite Steven Seagal movie, but Hard to Kill is up there. Ancient Gamer, thank you so much. Your viewers donated $170 for this. Get stuff I don't have. Seriously? To burn in this stream? Well, I mean, you see the stuff on the auction. There's some stuff in here that you may not have, but then again, I don't know by what systems you collect for. I know you like Sega shit, but
You know what I collect for. You've been to my house.
Load Runner next.
Twice.
Again, that is a clean copy. That is a wonderful, beautiful copy of
I already have Load Runner. Hoy. They're a metal band from Italy.
Not one you usually come across at the flea market.
Okay. buy the same game multiple times and sell it for profit. I'm too lazy for that.
You're watching me live?
Yes, I am.
I gotta go look.
I'm watching you live, Billy. I am impatiently awaiting stuff that I want to purchase, Billy.
Oh, damn, you are live, aren't you?
I'm awaiting, son.
Damn, you guys, $170?
I told you.
I'm too lazy for that.
I told you. Get to the stuff I don't have already. I have Load Runner.
Hey, tell what is it? High Life? That he can go fuck himself. Brother Nature can also go fuck himself. How about that? Both of them can go fuck themselves and eat my asshole. Oh, well, look at that! We got a sold game there. Love that for Love Runner. Hey, look, that was obviously a typo. My phone is
$270 for a second-hand 3DS. It would depend on the model, man. What's his channel called? The Game Chasers.
So I can't barely see what I'm typing. Obviously, I do a lot of typos. But,
that was good. That made it worth it. That made the night worth it right there.
Anyway, right on Buggling Bay, or whatever the hell this is.
I have that one already.
Let's see. Let me find it. Got a lot of stuff.
Do you have Twilight Princess GameCube version?
Okay.
No, I think I have the Wii version.
Again, another kind of uncommon game, and this is again a really good label, really good condition.
For some reason, he always manages to make
How the hell
me.
do you have this game? Bullshit.
I have it. I do. It's on the shelf. In fact, I bought it at Retropalooza.
Heard of this one? Yeah, I know, right? It's not. You don't ever come across.
He told you, Brother Natural.
It's one of those, you don't come
He told
across
your
it,
ass.
It's not exactly sought after.
But yeah, $270 for a 3DS. It would depend on which one. I'd pay that much for one of the Zelda custom ones, but just a plain old everyday 3DS, no.
It is uncommon, I would say.
Billy looks like the guy from Super Size Me. I'll tell him you said that because I'm sure he's not watching anymore.
Darth Visto, thank you, man. Appreciate it. What up next? Should I go ahead and run the turtles, or should I not blow the wads so quickly? That's the question. How about this? How about we do some retro?
I sent that to him.
High for
Life says you look like the Super Size Me guy.
Let's do a few of those first.
We'll see if he notices that.
I'll run the turtles here in a bit. We'll do some of these toys first to get them out of the way.
He doesn't always catch.
So Kenner Alien. I'm not.
He doesn't always
sure
catch
which
everything that gets typed in there. Just like I don't catch everything that gets typed in here.
I think there's Mantis Bull, whatever, Gorilla Alien.
Turtles
Not exactly
action
sure which one
figures.
This is, but this is one of the Kenner vintage aliens that ran in the 90s.
Oh, that's an Aliens action figure from Kenner. Sure, why not? I'll bid on an alien. I mean, it's not in the package, but I'll pay $10 for it. I'm up to $8. Let's see. Let's see if someone tries to sneak in and snipe me. Oh, the suspense is killing me, man. For this unboxed Kenner Aliens figure that.
Guy? I don't know what the fuck that is. So if that was a burn, then fell on his part because I don't know what the fuck that is.
He doesn't know who the Super Size Me guy is.
Crash and burn, bro. Crash and burn. Give me a reference that everyone fucking knows about instead of these half-ass fucking obscure bullshit references.
Okay, I won the alien action figure.
7th level. Just unlocked. What is that, gold tier? Damn. Alright, well, there you go. You got some coupons. You got some coupons to use.
I do? I don't even know how that works. What's your favorite bourbon? I don't drink bourbon.
For the show because, you know, what's better than reptilian aliens? Alright, here we go. This is
I have a lot of GameCube games that cost that much, yeah.
Brown Chuck. Vintage Turtle.
Oh, I don't care about Ninja Turtle figures. I could not care less about Ninja Turtles figures.
Yep.
I'm not nostalgic for Ninja Turtles, except for the movies and the Ninja Turtle arcade game. Well, and the NES game. I didn't watch the show. I have the show, the whole thing on DVD, but I didn't watch it when I was a kid. I bought that because I thought 8th would want to watch it.
Yeah, I think he's the one.
I don't really have that many GameCube games. I don't have that many at all. I have like maybe 19 or 20, and it's all the exclusive stuff. I don't really have any multiplats for it. So far we have spent $10 of our 170.
Bubs is winning.
So we got 160 left to play with.
And Shredder's Revenge. Was he in that? Yeah, he was in that, wasn't he? Yeah. What's up, Knucklehead? How are ya? Oh, damn. I need to... Oh, by
Okay,
the way,
that was sold
Knucklehead,
for $8. I didn't want it.
Did you get your package? Because I threw something extra in there for you.
Yeah, sometimes Billy will throw extra stuff in your package when you buy something from him. He said he put a free Blu-ray in mine, this most recent purchase. And unfortunately,
That was, by the way,
it was War of the Worlds 2 from the Asylum.
bad news with that. The good news
In other words, a piece of crap movie.
2 Sega Visions for the price of one. The bad news is that was my last Sega Visions. So, yeah. Unfortunately,
Bourbon
I
is
won't have
Kentucky
more.
whiskey made out of corn. I know. But I stopped drinking. I don't even drink mixed drinks anymore because it messes with my system too much, especially with the diabetes medicine that I'm on. It's too risky,
Hey,
man.
sorry.
It's too
No,
risky.
Don't say sorry,
But
man.
Jack Daniels was
I
my
gave
my
it to you gladly.
alcohol of choice. That and I liked their mixed drinks like
And then even like on YouTube,
Jack Daniels Blackjack
I
Cola
know
was my favorite
you
one.
probably
It was like a
appreciate
cherry
Sega Vision more than
Coke.
anybody in here, so I'm throwing you a few extra. I don't give a shit, man. Enjoy. But yeah, don't say you're sorry. Thank you.
Just get to the next item, please.
All right. So
Come on, son.
What next? Let's do Friday the 13th because it's right here on top.
Already got that one. I already have that one. And I have it's a more expensive cousin, Nightmare on Elm Street. I already have them
It's got a
both.
bad rap, but it ain't bad. It ain't bad. Yeah, I mean,
I already have them both, son.
There's just something about it. I mean, it's got some atmosphere to it,
I like some of the music in the Friday the 13th game, but the gameplay-wise is bullshit.
Purple Jason is the best Jason. Yeah, NECA did a figure of the Purple Jason.
For me now, it's water, Gatorade, and sometimes coconut milk. I don't think I've ever drank coconut milk.
Cheat code book with Mega Man on it. Oh, I'm definitely going to run that.
Yeah, he's supposed to be selling one of the Kaidos GameCube games tonight. I put a pre-bid on it. We'll see how high it goes, but I'm definitely going to be bidding on that one. I don't know which game it is, but it's one in that series.
I need to get it. For some reason I don't have everything here in front of me, but I'll have to go get that one. Yeah. The map ruined it. Yeah, it's weird. You think you're going one way, but you're really going the other way. I 100% get that.
He didn't even comment on my sexy new cowboy hat.
It's got a vibe to it, right? It's just got a
What's wrong with you, Billy?
It's like,
You didn't even
I
comment on
can
the fact
see
that I'm
how
wearing your soccer mom shirt.
I don't absolutely hate it. It's not the best game ever. Don't get me wrong, but I don't absolutely hate it either. It's like it's kind of like Nightmare on Elm Street, where it's like a middle ground, but at the same time, it's like it kind of gives you that. There's a vibe to it around that time of year, like Halloween and stuff, right? I don't know. All right, how about Yellow Battle Beast? So this one actually has the hologram thingy on the. Are we really doing this whole? So mind you, I changed nothing. I didn't do anything.
He's complaining about the fact that his stream is lagging now.
Apparently, we're gonna be doing the whole
sweetened, unsweetened with dark chocolate. That's kind of sweetened.
anyway. Whatever.
I don't have any Battle Beasts. I might actually bid on this.
All right, so Yellow Battle Beast.
I don't have any Battle
What's
Beasts.
up?
I couldn't have Battle Beasts when I was a kid. My parents wouldn't buy them for me. I want a Battle Beast.
I hate this song because it's anti-gun.
I mean, I ain't paying $20 for no Battle Beast, but
Pearl Jam.
I ain't. All right, he wants $11 for.
I know, yeah, no, it's like
I ain't going
45
higher than
right now.
15.
It's crazy. It's usually like
I ain't going higher than 15 on a little Battle Beast this big.
crazy. When's the next Game Chasers episode? Well, we've gone out and shot and found nothing, but you're going to. Oh no, I have a Toy Chasers episode that I'm working on, so hopefully you like that.
I got me a Battle Beast. They're like this big. They're like muscle figures. They're like this big. They were popular when I was
Okay.
like maybe
We got
10 or
one on
11,
that one.
somewhere
Yeah,
around in
so-
there. But I never did have any. I didn't have any of the muscles either. The only muscle figure I had was one I found out in the. Some kid had dropped it in the parking lot, and I found it, and I cleaned it up and kept it. That was the only That was the only muscle figure I had.
This whole thing. Should I try to reset it? Or should I just not bother?
He reset the stream trying to fix his camera. Roll of the dice if he's even able to come back. He should have known better.
All right. Well, I mean,
It's not any better.
I don't know. I tried. I don't know what causes this because he was perfectly fine.
Did Billy do a solid rev? No.
Any adjustments? I just didn't go on my end. I did nothing. The only thing I'm doing is literally clicking and listening to
Is Billy a Smathby?
stuff in front of the other end.
He could be a
All I-
Smathby. I'm not sure.
And apparently that's enough to make it right. And it's not my internet, bro.
He didn't seem to take kindly to what y'all had to say.
You know why it's not my fucking internet? Because I have no problem whatsoever streaming onto YouTube. I stream onto YouTube, no issue.
Evil Dead
whatsoever.
Fistful of Boomstick for original X. I think I have that
Watch
already.
the stream, you know that it doesn't do this. You know that it doesn't do this. Fuck, I'm not going to say it again. This is not. Alright. This is not the day. This is not the day to do that. Alright, let's do it. Let's do Rocksteady.
I don't care about Rocksteady.
Get me going, man.
I wanted the Battle Beast. I don't care about turtles.
Oh. Rocksteady, vintage. Let's do it.
Now I'm going to have to buy more Battle Beasts so my one little Battle Beast will have somebody to fight.
Alright, I'm going to grab myself another dose. This will run. I'll be right back.
Not you, Soul Drift. High Five for Life. High Five for Life and Brother Natural pissed him off. Or he's pretending to be pissed off. Billy does that a lot. He'll pretend to be sensitive. So he could have just been saying that to interact with the stream. He comes in here every now and again. Rocksteady made Urban Chaos Riot Response was one of the best games of all time. It's underrated. I don't think I actually have that one. I want to say I vaguely remember playing it once. I mean, for God's sake, Billy, I'm drinking out of a Game Chaser's mug.
Well, you know what? TMNT figures don't care about
TMT, I told him I don't care about TMNT figures. He said, well, they don't care about you. The hell? What are you trying to do to me?
Better now. See, that's what I'm talking about. It's just random. It's completely random. There's nobody at the house right now, by the way. There's nobody else in here right now.
No, Solid Rev doesn't come in here. Billy comes in here every now and again.
It's not an internet thing. I don't know what it is.
I have an old school Xbox and I have multiple PS2s. I have two classic PS2s and I have the slim PS2.
Just go ahead and run the turtles. We're a lot of people here waiting for the turtles. It is what not. It's what not. You know, I blame them, and maybe that was on me. It might be on my end, but it's not anything that I have any control over. I think it might be an issue with the OBS virtual camera, because I started thinking about this. I always use OBS when I'm streaming to YouTube, but I never use the virtual camera. I have to use the virtual camera with whatnot. They require it, and so there might be some issue with the virtual camera. And I'm getting technical because people are bored as shit right now. Oh, and damn, I put too much salt in here. And it spilled it right on my crotch, and people are going to think I pissed my pants. That's great. Okay. We got Wave Race 64. Let's do that. I'm just picking stuff that's right in front of me. So no rhyme or reason right now.
Oh, Wave Race 64. I'll bid on that.
I mean, I did pee my pants today, but not like actual pee. It's like I didn't shake it off enough.
You pissed in your pants is what you're saying, Billy.
Oh, don't front. You've all been there. Every one of you been there. Every one of you. Every one of you. 41.
Well, so far I'm winning Wave Race. It's at $10.
Because I know there's no.
I got $10 on Wave Race. Let's see if anyone tries to snipe it from me at $10. It's worth more than $10, I think. I mean, it is a common, but I still think being N64, it's worth more than $10. But apparently nobody, they'll wait until there's like 2 seconds in there and try to snipe me. But sniping and whatnot doesn't work that way. I won it, $10.
Well, you know what? I'm just gonna take your word for it.
So far we've spent 33 of the 170.
The YouTube demographics is like 98% male, and that's just the reality of it. So I figure it translates over.
Urban Chaos is your favorite game of all time?
Solid proof. That was some. Yes, that was solid proof. Solid proof was her just saying, "I am a woman." Yes, her solid proof.
Another thing is Billy gets drunk on these streams.
Okay.
I've never been drunk on stream, and I never will be drunk on stream. Because I don't drink.
Thank you for hanging out.
Smug. Come on, Billy. We're spending other people's money here.
Please Game Boy game somewhere. I'm gonna have to go find them.
Look, he put all this stuff up for pre-bid. He doesn't even bring it into the room before the show starts.
Turtles in Time.
Good Lord, son. I already have Turtles in Time.
I don't have video
right, so let's just kind of go over the position here for those of you who aren't interested in it. So the box is obviously not Nance, but it exists. It's the box.
So my favorite game of all time is Grand Theft Auto 4.
That's how the
Well, okay.
Manual's pretty clean. Manual looks good.
It puts the lotion on its skin.
Let's look at cards.
Was she like a great big fat girl or something?
This is like, you don't have.
Oh, right.
I don't know what you're So, rectify that.
Put the lotion in the motherfucking basket.
So, yeah, go look at that. Label. Amazing.
Oh, I amuse myself too damn much.
Look at that shine. Look at that shine on it. That is one.
Would you rather be in Buffalo Bill's basement or Billy's basement? Buffalo Bill's, because Billy doesn't have one, so I'd instantly suffocate from being surrounded by dirt and concrete.
It is technically a complete copyright, so.
Billy lives in a slab home like me. You know, you don't see that many basements in Texas. You'll see some up in his area, but not very often. Older homes. Because the water table in Texas is kind of high. Kind of like how you don't see many basements in Florida. Same difference.
So be it. But right now, I have the luxury of, like, a lot of this stuff is either doubles or stuff that I've purchased that
Oh,
the sole purpose of coming on.
kind of itchy today.
So this is not my copy, no. My copy is safe upstairs. And by the way, that will come with a protective, like, thingy. Whatever you call it, plastic.
So far, I've won 2 little action figures and 1 game.
Now, with that said, I have sold some of my stuff on these streams.
This is the downside to owning as much stuff as I do, is you have to go through a whole bunch of stuff you already have to get to something you actually need. No, he doesn't have a basement. He doesn't have a sex dungeon either. His wife would have told me about it. I'm kidding, of course. His wife is an awesome lady. She's funny too. She's funny. Hey, 7th, your name and badge number. I don't have a badge number.
This goes for a bit.
And so I'm watching them bid on Turtles in Time. It's box complete.
Gets this for under $200.
It's box complete, but the box is in crap shape. It's rough. I don't collect boxes.
Any word yet on Retropalooza in Dallas? No.
On Genesis, yes.
It's a collecting block.
Cardboard boxes, don't care about.
Basically, it's not the Arlington Convention Center anymore, so it just basically caused the whole headache of bullshit. And if you don't have like $100,000 to spend on a convention, then they stop you. That's just because they built a brand new convention center, and it caters to top of the top elitists. So, yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, I know he's working on it. He's trying to make it happen, but I just don't know that if it's going to happen. That's all I can say right now. I don't know. He's trying his best.
Yeah,
We're gonna win on that.
it's kind of a toss-up on whether or not we're going to end up with having a Retropalooza up in Dallas this year or Fort Worth, because the place he used to do them got turned into a museum, so now he needs a new venue. And nobody liked the venue he did last year in downtown Fort Worth because there was too much walking involved.
Appreciate it. All right.
Wow, that TMNT went for $155.
Because I'll 100% would not put that back in. All right, let's do this game, right? PGA Tour, and of course you're going to do the whole back manual.
I don't need PGA Tour golf for the Genesis.
Got it.
I already have it.
Anybody's going Southeast Game Exchange. They invited us. I just don't.
All right, Shadow Diaz.
Like,
A bunch of gamers hate walking. What a surprise. Well, you're not wrong. I mean, I'll walk around in a convention all day long. But, having to leave a hotel, walk up the sidewalk in a downtown area, cross the street, that I don't want to do. If I'm going to, I would prefer to be in a hotel where the convention is being held. So I can just take an elevator, go onto the sales floor, and there I am. Or in the case of the one in Houston, stay in a hotel down the street, but then park right on the side entrance and go in. I'm all about convenience, baby. Ugh, shit. Okay.
Good winner that Bubs. Thank you, Bubs.
Nobody wants golf on Genesis.
What do we got next? Should I run a DVD for Eagle and Metalhead? Should I do that?
Don't care about DVDs. I'm here for the games, Billy. So far I've got an Aliens action figure, a single Battle Beast, one little Battle Beast,
I got a DVD that's factory
and Wave
sold.
Race for
I
N64.
think I paid $4.99 for it. I think I paid $2. It wasn't more than $2. I know it wasn't that much. Like, you literally got this for the stream. If you don't want it, you know what?
Hey, Bill Bones, how's it going? Does Boogie and his foster daughter still go to Retropalooza? Last I heard.
If you don't want it, that's perfectly fine.
I haven't been to one since 2023. That was the last one I went to.
But this is a double feature of Stallone, and I've never heard of either of these movies. Grudge Match and Bullet to the Head.
I've seen Grudge Match. I haven't seen Bullet to the Head.
So,
But I don't want either of them on DVD.
is that something you're interested in?
No.
If that's something you're interested in, I'll go ahead and run it. If not, then no worries whatsoever. Well, fuck you, Seventh. I wasn't even talking to you.
Fuck you, Seven.
Go ahead and run it. If you don't want it, you don't want it. Fine. Stallone double feature.
You snarky too tall fuck. I ain't caring now. The monetization on this is already toast, so whatever. You snarky too tall fuck.
What is it asking me to? Oh, category. Dumb.
Is Boogie still faking his? I don't know.
DVDs. Sorry, it's.
If Billy gets shit-faced on stream, it makes him even more Samafby material.
Okay, there we go. Oh.
You're not wrong. Same director for Red Heat. Now, I liked Red Heat. Red Heat was funny.
You have other DVDs come up?
In fact, you know what I watched the other day? I'm turning you down, Billy. You're too fucking loud.
I have. Justice, Steven Seagal.
I watched K-9 with Jim Belushi. That movie still holds up. It was still good. I like it because he looks like my German Shepherd Caesar from when I was a kid. Only Caesar was bigger than him.
Picked them up today.
Caesar was bigger than Jerry Lee.
I was at a CD DVD store today. And I saw some stuff. I'm like,
Somebody's winning that DVD for $1. That's how little interest there is there. I only buy DVD if that's the only format it comes in. Like Automan, the TV series, you can only get it in DVD, so I bought it on DVD. Otherwise, I don't go under Blu-ray.
well, lucky for you, I got some more of that coming up.
Someone said, I'm always looking for NES and SNES. Well, I'm sorry, but if it's something I've got, you ain't. If it's something I need, you ain't getting it, son. No. No, you ain't getting it, son.
Good ones to get.
I could have bought everything in here, even if it pushed me past his $170. I could have bought everything that he's done so far. Wouldn't have affected me at all. But I'm not going to buy something I don't need or that I already have.
Hold on.
Not going to do it. Not going to do it. Nope. Well, hello there, Mr. Skills.
Am I doing whatnot on Saturday? Yes or not? No, it's just random. Actually, funny enough, like I was saying, my son had a baseball game last night, so that's the reason I didn't have one last night. But I knew I had a ton of shit that I wanted to get out, so I decided to just kind of do it now before I potentially did like a YouTube stream. So yeah, no, there's no sort of like set schedule. It's just, you know, when I schedule it, that's when it is, sort of thing. But it usually, for now, I can only see it being on like a Friday or Saturday. I don't see it being anything like a, you know, a Tuesday or Wednesday or anything. But you know, whatever, that might change. I might do one as an experiment. Maybe people are home on Tuesday.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yep.
That might be something I might try to like experiment with. But as of now, it's just kind of random. Do you have a favorite rapper from Texas? Yeah, ATF. Agtown's finest. Actually, he's a guy from Arlington that I actually did work with him. I did art for him, like album cover art and stuff like that. Agtown's finest. I think he's got some YouTube videos.
Yeah.
I got I used to play football and baseball with him, or softball with him. Okay, cool. Let's do. Yeah, a lot of this stuff I don't have in front of me because I don't have like 8 arms and there's so much shit. But let's do Final Wars. It's another DVD. So Final Wars, Godzilla Final Wars. I don't know. To me, this is the last really good Godzilla movie.
What's 8th up to? I don't know. He's doing something. I don't know. Is that the rock symbol on your hat? I have no idea. I got this off Temu for free. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. 1,000 points of light. Read my lips. No new taxes.
Nobody wants Godzilla Final Wars. Interesting. I was actually watching Godzilla last night. I was watching Destroy All Monsters. He goes, oh, there we go. Got it on Blu-ray?
Yes,
yeah,
sir. Yes, I do. I have it on Blu-ray, so I don't need it on DVD, Billy.
Twist in the movie where he fights. Well, you can't spoil it. Actually, it's been a while since I've watched this one. For some reason, it's been a while since I've watched this one.
Wow, that's really nice for a Temu hat. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's a little bit small for me, so I have to wear it like this, because if I try to pull it all the way down, it ain't going to fit. So this is as good a fit as I get. But all things considered, I don't think it looks too bad on me. I'm a real Texan now. Yakuza 0.
You know what? I need to go find Magnetos. What the hell is it called? Because that has got a free bid of $40 on it.
What has a pre-bid of 40 on it? I didn't put a pre-bid of 40 on anything. This must be a high dollar item. I don't know what it is, but
oh, by the way.
Yes.
Never mind.
You see how he does me? Do you see how he does? By the way. Never mind. My girl is from Texas. Well, then you probably got a good one as long as she ain't from Austin. I was not alive in 1988, but I'm going to say 88 was a pretty good year. It was a recession year, if I'm not remembering, but what did I care? I wasn't old enough to have a job. I mowed grass for money. That's how I bought my NES and most of my first NES carts. My parents didn't have the money for it. Longhorn or Out. I couldn't tell you the last time I ate at Outback, but I remember it being overpriced. And if I had the choice between Longhorn and Logan's, I would usually go to Logan's because they had better tasting rolls and they were cheaper. But Logan don't exist anymore, not around here anyway. Up here, there is no Outback where I'm at. There's either Longhorn or Texas Roadhouse. So we usually go to Texas Roadhouse or an actual locally owned steak place here. Okay. Since he's stepped out of his office, I'm not going to sit and play his bad taste in music. I mean, he plays some stuff I like, but some of it I'm like, nah, son. Nah. That's how I bought my Dreamcast the exact same way. Yeah, I mean, if you're not old enough to get a job, then, cutting grass is the way to go because it's a low entry cost. You just get you a lawnmower and a relative that's willing to haul it around. Smathby is sensitive middle-aged fanboy. But, get a way to haul it or a relative willing to haul it for you. And then you pay for the gas and if the lawnmower's already paid for, then all you're taking out of your profit is the cost of the gas. You can make some decent money. Even back in the day, I only charged $20 a yard. And that was enough to keep me in the console I wanted and all the games I wanted for the most part. I mean, that means I had to cut 2.5 yards to get one game, but All right, let's see what he's getting ready to put up. Man, turn that music off, man.
It might be my PC. To be fair, my PC is literally like 8 or 9 years old at this point, and so I wouldn't put it past it to it's just being a piece of shit, and it's. Just
I told you so.
So maybe it's just something with, like I said, with the virtual camera. It's not just not jiving.
He's complaining about how his camera is lagging again.
Anyway, yeah, bait and Kato's. Look, it exists. I promise it exists.
Oh, bait and Kato's. Okay.
Fuck! I gotta find it, man.
He puts all this stuff on.
Shit. Where the hell is it?
He put all this stuff on his auction
Can't
and.
sell something that I don't fucking have in front of me, man. You gotta see the condition.
He's pitching a fit because he put this thing on his pre-bid for this auction and now he can't find what he did with it. Oh, Billy, I love you, but come on, son. How hard is it? You just, you take pictures of the stuff to put in the pre-bid and then you put all of it back in the same box so you know where it is come Saturday. It's not rocket science, Billy. Good Lord. Holy crap. I don't have a top 5 Alaskan. There's too many bands that I love equally. I can tell you who my number 1 band is, though, and that's the Descendants. I might just make this my streaming hat and wear this every stream from now on. What do you think? What do you think? Maybe I'll buy me more of these off of Temu so I can have a different cowboy hat from one week to the next and just cycle through them. What do you think?
Woo! Found it!
He found it.
Please frame on me. At least have it flat.
This one's
right?
probably going to go over
so
100.
I found it. So 2 discs. Both discs here. Manuals here.
Yeah, but are the discs scratched up? I ain't going over 100 on this one.
The fuck do you mean Game Chasers just joined? I've been here the whole time.
Bait and Kaidos Origins
By the way, so those of you who just joined
for the GameCube. Bait and Kaidos Origins.
I do have.
Yes, I like Disturbed. You have to do a yee-haw every stream. Yee-haw? Really?
I'm not going to say Mario.
I haven't heard a real yee-haw since I moved here.
Super Mario 2.
I don't listen to Nickelback.
There's Zelda ones, but they're vintage Nintendo playing cards.
Missing a Stone Cold Steve Austin vest.
They are not scratched off.
They do sell leather vests on Temu, but I don't think they sell them in my size.
Are inside of like a protector. And I'm giving these away. So they're being given away. For everybody who goes to the 5,000
Tasty.
and purchases Game Chasers merchandise. So that could be a t-shirt, a signed game or whatever. But also in the buy now section, I do have Double Dragon Neon.
From Hi-Fi for Life, Billy's taste in music is about as reliable as his truck.
As far as I know, I'm pretty sure So
He hasn't had good luck in vehicles since I've known him. He used to have a really, really nice black Camaro, and he got smushed on the freeway. Guy hit him from behind and rammed him into the car in front of him, smushed his car. He replaced it with a truck. He just turned the stream off again. 7th, will Switch 1 outsell PS2? Even if it did, it wouldn't count because the Switch is a handheld. If that was the case, then, the DS would have already outsold it because it did like 150 something.
Okay.
Quit trying to fix the camera and just put the auction up.
What a clusterfuck, man.
I've heard some of Sick Puppies. Come on, man. Just start the auction. Stop trying to fix the camera and just start the auction.
Okay. Yeah. Ben Kato's. Let's just go ahead and run it.
Yes.
This whole lagging thing is just it is making me want to punch a wall right now. But I'm trying my best. I'm going to try to ignore it. Anyway, Baton Kato's Origins on the GameCube does have the manual with it. I believe it has the manual with it.
So far, I'm winning at $44.
It has the manual with it. I showed that earlier. Oh, now it's just randomly working. Didn't change a thing.
I'm watching to see if somebody tries to snipe me, which isn't the only way you can snipe somebody on Whatnot is if you're not paying attention. Because even if they wait until like 1 second left on the clock, when they put in a bid, it adds 7 seconds to the clock. So the only way you can get sniped is if you're not paying attention.
Oh my god, what a bunch of bullshit!
Someone just tried to snipe me.
I need a new PC!
But I caught it. $52. $52 for
I'm not gonna raise quit. I still
for
got
Bait
a
and
bunch
Kato's Origins for the GameCube.
get rid of.
For
I can't believe
$52.
these cards are in a seller. Like Nobody wants Game Chasers merch. Game Chasers are fucking shit. Nobody wants merch. I get it. All right. Let's do this other Battle Beast. Oh, by the way, 7th, thank you.
Another Battle Beast. I'll bid on the other Battle Beast so the one I already won has a friend to play with.
For $2? $2? Damn, 9/11? I might go play some games on YouTube. Who knows? And then I might come back here. What do I do? Do I just go Whatnot through the entire night, or do I stop the Whatnot once I have all the auction stuff done? Go to YouTube, stream there, and then maybe like at midnight do another stream here. And get crazy.
Why am I bidding $14 on a single Battle Beast? Why am I doing that? I don't even know what they sell for. I don't know what they're worth.
What should I do?
Well, I want it. So now my Battle Beast has a friend.
7th level? Bought a Battle Beast. Thank you.
Not an extra 10 million PS2, the last reported numbers.
Let's get nuts.
Oh, let's do it. Let's do it. Show me something real.
Donatello.
I still got money left, son.
Or as I like to call him, Donatello.
Don't care about turtle figures. Alien Magi. No way you spending $44 on some crusty ass. Do you know how much my Panzer Dragoon Saga's worth? Come on, son. 44 ain't shit.
Aunt Terry.
Actually, 52. Because a guy tried to snipe me, but I got it back.
That was terrible. This is, by the way,
he's making money. He's doing all right with these open turtle figures. He's doing all right with these open turtle figures. He's making $20-$30 a piece on them. That ain't bad. Switch isn't hitting 100. They burn the current folks out, and yeah. And now that the Switch 2 is about to come out, I don't see it topping 155 million. I don't really see it. And like I said, it wouldn't matter if it did because it's a handheld. It's not a console. It's a handheld you plug into your TV. Get it through your skulls.
Thank you. Mikey was Frankenstein. There we go.
It's a Vita. That's all it is. It's a more powerful Vita.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's he yelling about? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Comic Zone.
Comment already got it.
It'd be nice if you could see it. Be real fucking nice if you could see it. What a fucking.
Last week I did get a good buy from Billy. I got a boxed complete Rocket Knight Adventures for Genesis. I was happy to get that one because it was primo. It was mint.
It's gonna be that much more special in your collection coming from you. Well, dude, man, that's actually awesome. I appreciate you saying that. I it's weird when I hear people say that because I don't feel like I'm.
You see, I would never do a Whatnot account because I don't buy doubles, so I would never have anything to sell. You know, I don't go to flea markets and see a box of stuff that I already have and say, I'll give you $20 for that box of crap so that I can then have to sit and, buy boxes to put it in and wrapping to put it in and driving to and from the post office to deliver the stuff or the UPS center. No, man.
Yeah, I don't
no,
know
I ain't about that life.
Stop the lagginess. It comes and goes completely randomly. So,
well, in a way, the Vita did have a dock Warlock because if you bought the PlayStation TV, you could pop your Vita games into it and play them on your TV.
Other than, I guess, get a completely brand new computer and start from scratch.
So you got the same basic functionality out of it.
Thank you, dude. Appreciate
as a dock. And it took up less space. It was like this big. It was the size of a credit card. Wow, somebody gave $24 for that copy of Comic Zone.
Okay, so Knucklehead said, "Good grab, Bubs," and apparently that's too hot for Whatnot because it says this message contains muted words. What? Let me just say, I've never gone in my end. I've never gone in here and said like, "Hey, these words are ever muted." Okay, so if it's saying it's muted words, I have nothing to do with it. I don't know why any of the words that you just
He muted some words. You know he did.
Like, what the hell?
He muted words.
What? What? It doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. SimCity. I'm just gonna yell through this entire thing because you guys can't see me. Good grab, Bubs. Good grab, Bubs. It did the same thing. It did the same thing.
I want this one. SimCity for Super Nintendo. I used to play that. And I'm missing it, so I am going to bid on this.
Grab or Bubs is apparently
Favorite Wolverine film, Logan is mine.
Which is, somebody just say grab.
Probably the same.
And we'll experiment. Let's experiment. Okay, somebody just say grab. Grab. Okay, I see it. Grab. Well, now somebody just say Bubs. Just say Bubs. That's it. Nothing more. Just say Bubs. Bubs. Okay, so grab is okay. Just saying Bubs is okay, but apparently saying grab Bubs out of line. Completely out of line. Can't do it. I don't know. It's like you can say ass, you can say hole. Fuck you, you can't say asshole. Like, why? What are we doing here, man? What are we doing? I don't like it.
It was just as smooth as dropping a device into a dock because you left it plugged into your TV and all you had to do was just pop the card in, just like dropping the console in.
I didn't run the...
Just as easy. It's still dropping something in.
Dumb! I didn't run the SimCity. Alright, so let's go. SimCity!
Now, you ain't outbidding me on SimCity. I loved that game when I was a kid.
If I want to say grab Bubs, I should be able to say grab Bubs. I think it thinks you're trying to say
I'm at $17 on SimCity.
That's the only thing I can think of. Doesn't make any sense.
When this is over, we'll see what total I spent on all this. Because he's going to run out of games soon. I just know it. I can feel it in my nuggets. Somebody probably going to try to snipe me on this one too, but yep. Tried to snipe me. Now it's up to 21.
Dumb!
I got it.
Dumb!
$21 for SimCity.
Thank you, 7th.
I had to have it.
Alright, here we go. The Genesis Collection.
I played that game a lot on the Super Nintendo, and I had to have it.
If you have a PS3, I played the hell out of this when it first came out, actually. Gamer for life.
Now he's selling the Genesis Collection for PS3. You all know I already have that.
Aaron, you picked up the controller? Awesome. Thank you, dude. Appreciate that. And I will throw in one of these cards for you. Thank you so much. Or check this out. Hold on.
Which did you
Okay,
like
so check
more,
this out.
Super Mario 2 or 3? 3.
Oh, here we go with the lag again. So I got these vintage turtle. Let's sit here wait for 10 minutes for this freaking thing. All right, so I got these vintage turtle card packs right here. So for those of you who buy Game Chasers merchandise, let me know in the buy it now section. It's in the buy it now section, but let me know. Send me a message. Send me a DM once you buy it. Would you rather have a Turtles card or one of the vintage Nintendo cards? Let me know. All right, so if you buy some Game Chasers merch, let me know. Send me a
If there's
DM,
money left
because
over,
if you
or if
guys would
anybody
rather
else
have
donates
pack
after
of
I run out of
these
this 170, I'll take that money to
cards
eBay, and you
that
guys
were
can help me pick
1990.
out what NES carts to buy
I can
with it,
throw those in.
or what improvements for the game room to buy with it.
I want to give free stuff to people who buy our merch. So, and by the way, I said it before, but I need to emphasize it here because it's been a while since I've said it. In the stream, I have taken all the shirt prices and dropped them. Okay, so the shirts right now are the cheapest they have ever been. All right, and on top of that, you're getting one of these free items. So, I mean, that sounds too good to be true, right? But it is absolutely true. Did you get a surprise with the Super Mario Sunshine show? No, because that's not Game Chasers merchandise. But now that you mention it, I wish I had though. I wish I had.
Come on, let's go to the next auction.
Well, damn. I know that I grabbed the. Oh, there we go. Metroid. All right, so Metroid Prime.
That I'm missing for GameCube. That I will bid on.
So
I have it on Wii, but I don't have it on
the
GameCube.
Top left there is a sticker, but that sticker is actually on the outside plastic and not on the insert. And I should actually also do this because it's being cut off. This is player's choice. Come on!
Okay, so it's the greatest hits version basically of Metroid Prime for the GameCube.
I wasn't trying to be deceptive.
Let's see if I can get it.
The camera angle was that low. Anyway, player's choice that has a sticker residue, but that will come right off because it is actually on the outside plastic and not on the inner the paperwork. So you're good. Yeah. Manual is included.
Box complete. CIB. Let's go.
Stamp, damn it. Streaming later tonight.
I don't know if I've ever mentioned this before.
Honestly, after the stream, I kind of feel like just taking a ride out on my bike.
When he does his streams where he plays games, I'd like to torture him by paying to make him play Sword of Sodan on the Genesis.
I might.
Come on, y'all. I'm here till midnight anyway. Why don't we make it an even 200? Y'all know I don't beg much. Three, 2, 1. It's mine, baby. $15. Metroid Prime for GameCube.
Metroid Prime. What? You don't have Metroid Prime? Metroid Prime? That's crazy. Okay. Baxter Stockman. So
Now he's back to selling turtles.
I'm not sure how complete. I'm not sure exactly all the accessories he came with, but he does have his fly swatter, which is important.
Typing in this app is hard.
And here we go. Baxter.
Don't need a Baxter Stockman action figure, sorry. See you later, Soul Drift.
Had the Wii games. Didn't have
You better buying off the Switch version of Metroid
I had
Prime.
way more GameCube than
I think I already have it, man.
Actually, when GameCube was out, I was buying a bunch of previously played
I think I already have it.
Blockbuster around that time. Tons of.
I can't remember. I'll have to ask 8th. I don't keep track of what... I haven't done the best job of keeping track of what I own for the Switch.
I think at the time Melville was working at Walmart, and he'd go and
Would you bid for Eternal Darkness if Billy decided to auction it? Sure, why not?
GameCube game.
I mean, I had that game. And when Wood and them came over, that's one of the games Wood got from me.
Matrix. What is it? The Matrix.
Okay, so Bubs won the Baxter Stockman figure. Whoop-de-doo. Don't care about Turtles figures.
Resident Evil 0. Tons of others, yeah. The Star Wars games, Rogue Squadron.
Yeah.
Bubs, thank you so much, man.
We're down to 2.5 hours left.
Was it, I don't know if it was Pathaneo. Was it
I'm already starting to feel the hurt right across here.
I don't know what, but it was the game that was basically tied into the movies. It was like I think it was considered canon.
Hey, I can't imagine him having much stuff left
Into the
to
Matrix,
sell.
that's what it was. Yeah.
Would you bid for GameCube Twilight Princess? Maybe. I have it for Wii, but I don't have it for GameCube.
All right, here we go. We got Krang here.
Still figures. Don't care about Krang.
Turn around.
7th, will AEW or TNA ever be on the level WCW was in the 90s? I don't think so.
Sorry, the camera is so far away, but
Just doesn't have good leadership. Just doesn't have good leadership.
oh, Bubs is cleaning up on the Ninja Turtle figures right there. Look at that.
Alice in Chains? I think.
By
Or
the
is
way,
that Alice in Chains or Stone Temple Pilots? I get those two confused.
Something you guys might be interested in is some of the pawn shops that I go in here. Like, I could find dirt cheap CDs, and I find them for myself, right? but if there's something that I don't want or I already have, I
Don't
can
go
pick it up, but
DSP
I'm
on
not
us, mate.
looking to,
Who, me? For what?
make bank or anything like that.
Why are you
But something
comparing me to
guys
DSP
want.
for? What'd I do?
I don't know. I mean, I could maybe try to start picking up some of the cheap ones.
What you talking about, foo?
Man, thank you, Bubs. All right, let's do Brave on PS2.
I already got that one.
It does include the manual. Search for the spirit dancer.
Already got that one.
Mom's a spirit dancer.
Definitely Alice in Chains.
Damn, nobody wants this? Hey, look, it's not exactly like a run-of-the-mill PS2 game. I collect some CDs, but I'm a bit picky these days. I sell more CDs than purchase them. I get it. Game Mag's old on. I have some Nintendo Power up there. You know what I might do? I don't have any cassettes to sell. I have cassettes, but they're my cassettes. I don't want to sell. Maybe I stream on YouTube and then I come back and I do like some Nintendo Power. I got a few Nintendo Power left.
Yeah, high clean frame. Yeah, now that's one thing I don't get is in this community there's a lot of nostalgia for Nintendo Power, and so there's this whole market of buying old issues of Nintendo Power magazine.
Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back, guys.
I can't get into that. You know, I don't collect old magazines. I don't, and for any system, like I don't collect Sega Visions or EGM or any of that stuff. I just doesn't appeal to me at all. I have no nostalgia for that because I wouldn't keep them. I'd read through everything and then I'd throw it on a shelf and either it would stay there or it'd get thrown away. I'm just not nostalgic for magazines. It's just not. Nah. Come on, man. Go get more NES cards. I'm kind of mean to him on his whatnots because I'm always telling him more NES cards. More Genesis. I mean, he can't complain. I've bought most of his big ticket items, with the exception of that Beauty and the Beast cart from Germany or wherever the hell it was. I ain't paying top dollar for that. And what was that other one that somebody paid $155 for? I wasn't. That one. That was Ninja Turtles. I already had that one. I only collected the video game magazines that had the jam-packed PlayStation demo discs. I remember those. I don't think I ever bought them. I think I just stuck with... I did Nintendo Power for a while, and I did Sega Visions for a while, and then I just switched to EGM, and I stayed with EGM all the way up until, the end. I did Game Informer for a while, but that was simply because it came free with my membership at GameStop at the time. And I liked Game Informer. I thought it was a good magazine. But I'm not nostalgic for it. I wouldn't go out there looking for issues of EGM or frickin' Game Informer or Video Games and Computer Entertainment, VGCE, or Game Fan. And I used to write for the Game Fan website. I mean, it's not run by the same people, but the Die Hard Game Fan website, I used to write reviews for that back in the day. I think some of them are still on there if you went digging for them. Yeah, none of the reviewers on GamePro went by their real name. They all had aliases. I miss Sly Cooper. A remake of it would be amazing. Modern graphics that, yeah. If they auctioned video games on QVC, I would have called in. I probably would have too. Where did he go? Why did he not have all this stuff in the room with him already? He does this every time. He'll put all this stuff up for auction, and then he doesn't gather it all up in a box and take it into his office. He just leaves it scattered all over his house. So then when it comes time to do his whatnot, half the stuff is not in there with him, so he has to go look for it just so he can put it on camera so people can see it. And meanwhile, nobody wanted that Brave for PS2 game, so dude just won it for $2. That's a good deal for that game because it's a pretty decent 3D platformer on PS2. It's not the best, you know, but it's good.
All right, sorry guys.
All right, he's grabbed a bunch more stuff.
Go grab some stuff.
Let's see what he brought.
Well, it wasn't the only thing that I was doing. I'm a Minuteman. Anyway.
Oh, okay. With your wife or with your hand?
Okay. Anyway. All right. Let's do TMNT on the Game Boy.
TMNT on the Game Boy. I do not have that. I will
By
bid
the
on
way,
that.
This is. Let me get a close up here because you're not gonna be able to see it on the other camera too well. So.
Oddly enough, I don't have that many games on original Game Boy. I have way more in Advance. I have a bunch of Advance, but I don't.
And it's a great game.
I
I was obsessed with this game.
I have hardly
never
any.
actually owned it.
Like just a small handful, little stack
But I was
for original
obsessed with it.
Game Boy.
Because I saw it in Nintendo Power, and I was just like, oh my god, that looks so awesome. But I never ended up getting into this game, and I never rented any Game Boy games, so I never played it until I started collecting.
I already have Link to the
Nintendo
Past.
Power, mags earlier, no, they're earlier. They're like pre-50.
I already have Link to the Past, so it wouldn't matter to me if it was signed or not. I already got plenty of stuff signed by them.
But like I said, I might do a YouTube stream and then come back around and put up a new stream here.
So far, I'm winning TMNT for Game Boy. We'll see if somebody's
But,
I've
hey,
got
look.
$10 on it. We'll see if somebody tries to snipe it from me.
Watch the YouTube stream because more than likely, if I do it, it'll be a private stream. Which means if you follow the whatnot, you won't see it be put up. So you have to. I'll post the private link in the.
Still
YouTube
winning.
stream.
15 seconds. Let's see if I get TMNT for GameCube.
7th level.
Yes.
You bought a lot of shit tonight.
Yes, I did.
Got you. What's your YouTube? Oh, that's interesting.
Ninja Turtle,
I
baby.
figured you were just a
$10.
watcher of the channel. I didn't know you just stumbled on this. Okay. Forgive me, because most people that come in here are just from the channel. So the game
Church of Fudge is burned into my soul for
the
life.
Game Changers on YouTube.
Church of Fudge. Is that one of the books from
Yeah, go to-
Tales
go to
from a Third
Game
Grade
Changers
Nothing or whatever? Where they had the
Like
little
channel, subscribe,
the little
and
evil
I'll
brother Fudge. Is that what you're talking about?
That was interesting. Well, I mean, I guess it's bound to happen. You know, people just kind of randomly coming to the streams just because they're on the Whatnot app. But I just automatically assume in my brain that people watch the channel and that's why they're here. But anyway, Alleyways, Game Boy.
Ah, another Game Boy game that I don't have. I bid on this one too.
Your YouTube doesn't allow you to chat? Okay. I wish it did, because sometimes when people aren't chatting, I'm like, what am I doing wrong here? Also, by the way, I did pick up some DVDs in there. So I got The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Great
No, thank you.
Obviously. This is a bit more obscure. I don't know what the hell it is. Pit Fighter.
No, thank you. I'm not buying DVDs from you, Billy.
What else? What else? Fire down below.
I'm certainly not buying a Steven Seagal movie on DVD
Justice.
from you.
Any of those DVDs sound good to you,
They don't.
Eagle? Let me know and I'll put them up. If not, I will shove them up my ass.
Alleyway for $8 is mine.
All right, cool. 7th level, Alleyway. Thank you.
Uh-oh, Regina's getting onto him.
Hey, my wallet's out there somewhere.
She wanted his wallet. His wife wanted his wallet. What a surprise. I'm kidding, Regina.
Our
I'm
Devil May
kidding.
Cry.
It's a joke,
I
Regina.
know somebody's been waiting on that one. So let me run that.
Oh, Devil May Cry 3 for
Where the
PS2.
hell is it?
I don't even know where it is.
I actually don't have that.
Oh, by the I'll grab it. It's probably in there somewhere.
He has to go find that one too.
By the way, I do have this other DVD here, and this is creepy. This is a creepy DVD. I'm not sure if anybody really wants. I don't know if anybody wants this one, but this is disturbing. This is New World Order Rising, and no, it is not about Hall, Hogan, and Nash. This is about the actual New World Order Rising. Now, I guess it's a documentary.
Yeah, that's another thing about Billy. He buys all these conspiracy theory DVDs and documentaries and stuff. Like, aliens and lizard people and the Mark of the Beast and all that kind of stuff.
Form. Any interest? Press 1, and I'm going to go get that game. Press 1 in the chat if so. If I come back and there's no ones, I'm ending the stream.
I put -1 to express that I have even less interest. Is Solid Rev trolling you by blocking you? I don't know. I don't know. We'll see what games Billy has left to auction. If he's starting to pull DVDs out of there, I don't know what he's possibly got left. I thought he had more NES carts than this, but it's not looking that way. Not looking that way. Of course, this has also been all of this has been made possible by you guys. Smith Smithy, JV Shada, Max88 with his $110 donation. All of you. That's why I'm able to do this and let y'all watch me do it. Hey, it's something different than just answering questions like I normally would. What's your favorite Switch game? I don't really have one because I don't play Switch that much. If I did, it would probably be one of the Xenoblade games because I love RPGs. Thoughts on Dusk Bloods? Oh, it's a multiplayer game. I don't care anything about that, and 8th doesn't really either. 8th was interested until he found out that it was just a player versus player game, and now he doesn't give a crap. I don't even know what kind of Game Boy game Alleyway is. I thought it was maybe a bowling game, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Let me see. Alleyway, Game Boy. (1989) video game developed by Nintendo and Intelligent Systems. It is a Breakout clone. Oh, I paid $8 for Breakout. Okay. I like Breakout. I can live with that. I thought it was going to be some kind of like crappy rate. I'm already going to be demonetized. What I care? I thought it was going to be a shitty bowling game or a shitty racing game, but no, it's a shitty Breakout clone. I'm fine with that. I like Breakout. Jesus, Billy. I like Breakout, all right. I like Arkanoid better, and I really like Shatter on PS3, which I also have on PS4. That's a good game, Shatter, if you've never played it. It's fun. This is why his Whatnot streams take forever. He spends a lot of time re-explaining the stuff that's on the Buy It Now section. Then he spends a lot of time complaining about how the camera's frame rate is going to hell. Then he spends a lot of time going and actually looking for the stuff that he's put up for auction because he doesn't put it all in one box so he knows where all of it's at. Apparently, his ritual is to put all this stuff on Whatnot days before and then spread it like Easter eggs all over his house. I just picture his too tall ass roaming around in there. I want an Easter egg. 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 I don't even know why I left.
Once these things
I worry about him. I really do.
Done, it's done. And then I'm going to stream on YouTube. And then what I'm going to do at maybe like midnight or so, midnight my time, Central, I'm going to do another Whatnot stream for all you exclusive, for like a private stream basically. And I'm going to do it while riding my motorcycle at midnight on my phone.
You're going to die.
I just think it's a cool idea and I want to do it. So, yeah. Don't die? Oh, shit, no. I'm not going to die. And if I do, it'd be, you know, think of the views. It'd go viral. Well, maybe not. I'm a nobody. All right. Cheat codes.
Cheat code book for Game Boy. Nope, don't need that. Don't need that.
Never there. That's been my night.
I think he's playing it straight through his PC speakers, man. I don't think he has a stereo in there.
I'm not like even remotely inebriated in any sort of way. You would know I'd be slurring my speech.
Cause I have some decent PC speakers on this PC with a subwoofer and everything, but over this microphone it would sound like crap.
Into consideration here, but no, I'm good. But anyway, this is Nintendo Game Boy. I should probably go over what games it covers. So let's see if there's a table of context in here.
I could try to show you.
There's a preface.
How my
no table of context, really? Index? Is there an
computer
index in the
speaker
back?
sound?
Okay. Let me see. Nintendo Game Boy Strategies. So whoever got actually it was 7th, you just got Turtles. So you definitely need to get this so you won't suck at the game. Okay?
He's trying to convince me to bid on this stupid book. I'll let the guy that's winning win it for $4.
It's the Game Boy one. Oh shit! I ran the wrong one. You're right. I had two books here.
If it was for me, I thought it would come so easy. Never realized life's just a series of lows and highs.
That's my PC speakers. That's not like a stereo or anything. That's just my PC speakers.
Just let me know in the chat, and I'll fix it. Yeah, that was dumb.
Alex is doing fine.
Okay, so make sure. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just kill the. I'm going to kill the Game Boy One. I'll just run it at another time so I don't get confused myself. But just make sure that you send me a message and let me know that you wanted the Mega Man book. And then
he auctioned the wrong book.
To you and not
oh dear God.
No worries.
The alcohol is kicking in, and he's talking about doing a midnight stream on his motorcycle.
But I tend to usually fix them.
This man is going to meet Jesus tonight.
But anyway, did nobody want to know how the New World Order is going to rise? Nobody? Let's do Devil May Cry.
I don't remember what brand. They might be Logitech, but they sound pretty good, don't you think?
Have the manual.
I don't remember what I paid for them. A couple $100.
And that's a special edition. I don't know what that means.
Devil May Cry for PS2.
Oh, shit. Thank you, Knucklehead. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's awesome of you, dude.
Somebody tipped him.
Much appreciated. Yeah, that's the bad thing. That's the bad thing about doing these streams right before YouTube. Because I do want to go on YouTube and do some YouTube stuff. I don't know if I necessarily like doing that now because I wish I could continue this stream going further. But with that said, again, I have a plan to do it after the YouTube stuff. So we'll do another one. But anyway, when I do the whatnot streams, I usually like kind of go on like for hours and hours on end. So I don't know if I'll do one right in front of a YouTube stream again. I'm not sure. I'm rambling. I am rambling. Let's just run the damn
I got you, high five.
All
Up.
right, Devil May Cry. There we go. Special edition, which means it's special.
Somebody definitely wanted this one.
Okay, I'm consider me shocked right now. I had no idea that this game went for this much. Are you kidding me right now? I had I thought this was a $10 game. Legitimately. I didn't look up any of this stuff.
I don't know how much Devil May Cry is worth. Devil May Cry 3 anyway.
That's crazy. I didn't know. Did not know. All right. We got one final game, and then after that, I might throw up one of these DVDs. We'll see. So we got F1 World Grand Prix 2 on the N64. $2. Sorry, I'm just setting up another one of these damn DVDs. Select the shipping profile. What the hell? Christmas Robotica CD? Yes. I'm actually Funny you say that. Yes, no, I am remastering.
Yeah, I paid way more for that than it's worth, but whatever. Guy was being snarky. I wasn't going to let him win.
I'm halfway done. It's not something I'm taking seriously.
I wasn't gonna let him win.
Dedicating a massive amount of time to it, but when I got a few moments here and there, I actually, yes, I'm remastering everything. Yeah, I've already gotten a quote for 100 CDs, and I'm going to make 100 CDs. Get 100 CDs pressed of the Christmas Robotica album, which. It's more than just Christmas Robotica. There's like 10 or 11 songs on it. I don't know. So Jay, you know what? Just as long as I make my money back on the order, I'm fine. It's limited run, but it's not limited run just to make it limited run. It's limited run because I don't think there's 100 souls on this planet that would want to actually buy that DVD, or excuse me, that CD. but it's like I have to hit 100 minimum in order to get the cost down. To really get the cost down, you need to hit 1,000. But sure shit ain't gonna be 1,000, so I'll take a hit and just do 100. Oh, damn.
Waiting to see what the next thing is, if he has anything left.
Okay, let's do New World Order. All right, so again, this is a documentary. This isn't a movie.
Don't care about the Blu-rays.
This is a documentary. So if you ever wanted to know what the New World Order, the actual New World Order, Illuminati is up to, and hopefully they're not watching this stream right now. But anyway, if you want to know what,
so here's what
they're up
happened
to,
just
you need
now.
this DVD.
Y'all gonna think I'm stupid. He was auctioning Devil May Cry 3 for PS2, complete in box with manual and everything. Goes for about $20 on eBay, right?
And there we go.
And
Aliens,
some joker
aliens are involved.
had pre-bid up in like the 60s somewhere and was being snarky about it. And
Hopefully in time for Christmas.
so I was like, well, I don't care that I'm paying more for it.
I think that's a reasonable goal.
I'm not going to let that stand.
George
So I bought it. I overbid him. I'll get Billy to sign it or something, and then that'll be fine.
It must be nice to be 80 years old and have $1 billion to just cause trouble with. Sign my DMC. Look, if you want me to sign it, you gotta send me a message. I ain't gonna remember it. If anybody wants me to sign something, you gotta send me a message because I ain't gonna remember if it's just in the chat. Look, buy now section. I marked down all the shirts for you guys. All right, I marked them all down for you guys. Made them like in some cases $3 to $4 cheaper. So they're there, and again, about to end the stream.
So yeah, I just
Stick around.
paid $70 for a $20 game.
I will throw in a Turtles card pack.
So in the least, I'm going to tell him to get him and Jay and Melvor to sign it before they send it to me.
These old school Nintendo
Doesn't do anything for the value other
trading
than,
cards,
sentimental for me because, it's my guys.
scratch-offs
But
on them. So I will throw in one of those for free. Just let me know. Send me a DM. Let me know which one you want. And
I definitely went over the 170 at this point. So, I'm here for another 2 hours. So if anyone wants to help me recoup that loss, here it is up here.
All right. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And, go to YouTube. So for those of you who don't follow the YouTube or whatever, why do I sound so depressed about it? Damn, 7th is still streaming? The hell? Anyway, the Game Chasers. Just follow on YouTube. I'll stream for a little bit on YouTube, playing video games poorly, and then once that's done, I will put up another whatnot auction. Try to send those people over to that. It'll be private, but I'll put that link in the description of that video. So, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. Awesome turnout tonight. Think I'll do one next weekend. We'll see. But if you're in here for the first time, hit that follow thing, and then that way, if you like the bullshit that I'm putting up
22
with, so
viewers
maybe I'll
turned
have
into
more of it
16.
to your liking.
Once he mentioned
next
New
time, so
World
hit that
Order,
follow
yeah.
and all that good stuff. So
When he started auctioning the DVDs, his audience bailed on him.
Rep bumps. Nah, still got flagged. All right, y'all have a good
There we go. All right, so now what I'm going to do is just repay him for having to spend $70 for frickin' Devil May Cry 3. I'm going to go to his YouTube stream, and I'm going to immediately donate for him to have to play Sword of Sodan, which I can do for $2. So I'm going to watch and see when he goes live. We'll wait on that. It's going to take him a while to get that up and running, because that's just the way he is. We got 2 hours left to go. What part of Texas do you hail from, Mr. 7th? The big part. So what do y'all want to talk about now that the auctioning is over and I've won all that stuff? Let's go look in the Whatnot app and see how much money I just spent. Let's go see. Whatnot. Activitar. Let's see. I won Grand Prix for $6.50 for the N64. $70 for Devil May Cry 3. $8 for Alleyway. $10 for TMNT. $16 for Metroid Prime. $20 for SimCity. $15 for a Battle Beast. $50 for Batten Kaitos. $15 for Wave Race 64. $14 for another Battle Beast. And $15 for an Alien action figure. So, let's add all that up, because I don't do math in my head very well. So that's $6 plus 70 plus 8 plus 10 plus 16, 15, 50, 15, 14, 15. Well, I spent, if I'm counting this right, I spent a good deal more than the 170. If I'm counting it right. Let's make sure I did that correctly. That 70 probably pushed it way over the edge. Yeah. We went over the 170, guys. We went over the 170. I spent $239 just now. I'll get free shipping because of being gold and how much I spent, but yeah. $239. No, I don't. $239, which is $69 more than what you guys donated. Who wants to donate another $69 so I'm not in the hole for what I just did? I brought y'all tons of entertainment. Who's going to do that for me? I would have been fine if I hadn't bought that Devil May Cry. When it got up to 50, I should have stopped, but I couldn't let that guy do it. He was being snarky. I couldn't let him do it. Couldn't let him have it. Couldn't let him have it. $239. Oh, brother. Better play Dante Must Die difficulty when you get it. I wasn't overly good at that game, so I wouldn't last long if I tried, I don't think. Hey, Arius. As long as you go hard on do you think the gaming industry is going to continue crashing with more companies laying off? Most likely. Most likely. I think things are going to get worse before they get any better, that's for sure. I definitely think things are going to take a turn for the worse before they balance themselves out. Well, folks, we've got 2 more hours of this. That's what y'all paid for, so, bring the questions. I would appreciate 3 more $20 donations for the overreach that I just did for y'all's entertainment, but, I'm here for 2 hours either way. Oh, that was dumb. I shouldn't have done that. I let my ego get in the way of my purchasing power. Ought not have done it. As Jay would say, dumb. Ought not have done it. I'm waiting for him to start his stream, and he ain't started it yet. Gamer Nate has a knife. Old Gamer Nate, he was a few fries short of a Happy Meal, wasn't he? I worried about that guy. How many games have you platinumed this year so far? None. I've been too busy, man. I ain't been playing that much. I've been working. Like I said, none. I didn't plat any. If everybody wants me to wear this on stream, then this is what I'll wear. Wasn't there an Xbox fanboy who was a truck driver and wore earrings? I don't know. I didn't really keep that much track over them to any great extent outside of MLD. Well, if he was going to play tonight, he hasn't gone live yet. Not yet. Gamer Nate does what? One of the funniest things ever was that guy drunk driving in Forza crying about Iron Wolf buying a PS4. I don't think I even remember that. Man, I'm starting to hurt. A trucker who played Nintendo then brought his father on video to tell everyone he wasn't a racist. YouTube Gold. I don't remember who that is. I mean, to me, that sounds like Nate, because Nate was but he wasn't an Xbox gamer. He was a Nintendo gamer. Gamer Nate 78. That he was a truck driver. Do I remember Hebot? Yes, I remember Hebot. I outlasted them all, baby. Will we get an Alex cameo? Not tonight. Alex is with her dada. She's with 8th, so she will not be attending this evening. Nate was a flip-flopper. I didn't pay that much a tremendous amount of attention to old gamer Nate, so I don't know. Not feeling too good right now, guys, but that's okay. I am a man of my word. I will sit through this and answer questions until the 2 hours are up. I'm going to pay for it in the morning. Good God. I can feel it already. I can feel it in my nuggets. Hebot is still around. He replied to a comment of mine where I called out the Xbox fans' hatred of Japanese games and why they aren't on Xbox. Remember when Fat Gamer threatened to beat someone with a baseball? But he was threatening to do something all the time. The last thing that I remember from him was talking about how he had intentions of doing particular things to a female without her consent. I'm surprised that Super Brother still talks to him after that one. Favorite Western show or movie? Tombstone. You better do some stretches, 7. It's not that. It's this area across here. It's gallbladder related. If I spend too much time sitting up like this, I'm putting pressure over that area of my abdomen to be sitting up and talking to y'all. And so to get that to ease off, I have to sit back like this. But when I sit back like this, if I sit this way too long, then I have pain in my lower back. So no matter what I do, doing the stream for 6 hours like I'm having to do tonight, it's not fun. It's not fun, but we'll make it through it. We'll make it through it. Play some Wii Sports. No thanks. Fat was threatening people all the time. He threatened lots of people. He threatened me once or twice until I made a big joke of it, and then he stopped. Man, when this stream is done, I'm going to have to piss like a racehorse. For real. What's my worst dentist experience? Haven't really had any. Not so far, anyway. Well, Super Brothers never really had a whole lot going on except for Best of Both Worlds. His individual videos never did do a whole lot. Best of Both Worlds was the only thing he was involved in that got any halfway decent views, at least from a for a Chrome side channel. Why did Fat Gamer hate Hard 8 so much? Why did he hate anybody? Who knows? Who knows? That's just, one of the things about him. What can you do? No, I'm not hyped for the new Turok game. My favorite was when they were driving and calling out Xbots. I'm not even sure I remember that one. How good do you think FromSoft could make a Zelda game? I don't know. I think they've been stuck in their dark, gritty vibe for a little too long for that. I think Super Brothers and Fat Gamer work. I have no idea what they do. They've never talked about it. I miss Brodeo, but he has 2 kids from what I heard. It's like every time he started to build an audience and get popular, Brodeo's wife would complain about how much time he was spending on YouTube and he'd destroy the channel. It happened over and over and over again. Hi, this is Brodeo, and welcome to the Shodio. He was a weird one, though. Kind of a weird guy. I have not met Shokio or Blackbuster. And every time that I've gone to Arlington for the convention, I've invited them to go to the convention, and they've acted excited about it, and then they don't show up. KF3D? No, I don't remember that. Do you think Nintendo will be humbled with the Switch 2 like Sony with the PS3 or Microsoft with the Xbox One? Depends on whether people buy it or not. It's all going to roll down to sales. If people rush out and buy the stuff, they ain't going to learn nothing. Do you remember Furious Francis? The only Furious Francis I remember is Boogie's character. That's the only Furious Francis I know anything about. I want my Mountain Dew. I mean, the one that always comes to mind when it comes to Nintendo was Mika Link. The guy that he looked like he filmed all of his videos in a motel bathroom. How much money would you need to re-platinum Hannah Montana? More than you have, Alaskan dude. More than you have. I'm not playing through that again. Never mind the fact that it would, I'd have to go. I don't own it anymore. I sold it years ago. So I don't own the game. So one, I'd have to go find a copy of the game. I'd have to hook my PS3 back up. I'd have to set up a brand new PS3 account so I could earn the trophies again. It's too much work. I don't even know who KFD3D is. A lesser-known Nintendo fanboy that wished people to burn in hell if they disagreed with him. I don't think I ever heard of him. I remember Mika Link filming in his little dirty motel bathroom, but that's all I remember out of that group. I played World of Warcraft with Brodeo for probably hundreds of hours on Skype. It was fun, but yeah, his wife controlled him. Whoops. Black Bond knows him. I mean, honestly, I haven't met most of the folks in person that were in the Trey Brotherhood or Xbox. I haven't met any of them in person. Not Black Bond or any of them. And I mean, when I go to Houston, that's where General G lives, and I've invited him every time I've gone to the convention, and he doesn't show up. He says he's going to be there, and then he doesn't show up. Do you like beat 'em ups? He's calling out Nintendo on his podcast. This is a 3DS situation, if you remember. I don't dislike beat 'em ups. We got along. He's been to my house. But he used to be a pretty close part of this whole community down here. And then, he got him and his girlfriend apparently decided that politics in Texas was too conservative for their tastes, and they needed to go somewhere more liberal. So they packed up all their stuff and moved to Pennsylvania. So, yeah. Who was the most drunk person you've ever encountered? I went to an outdoor barbecue one time, and there was a guy there that was drunk, and he got mad over something and slashed a bunch of people's tires that were parked there, and we all took turns beating the crap out of him. And then because I was a witness and got interviewed by the cops, I had to show up for the courtroom hearing for him and speak about it. So, yeah. Sounds like the military's kicking back up. I live not too far, well, several miles, but I live down the road from a big military base, and they do munitions testing at night. And so sometimes during the day too. And so they'll set off big explosions, and the house will shake, and you hear boom, 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 and then you'll hear Black Hawk helicopters flying overhead. It's fun. I also live not too far away from a rock quarry, and sometimes they set off dynamite, and that causes a big boom too. Then, several many miles north this way is Elon Musk's rocket testing center for SpaceX. So when they test their rockets, that also makes this neighborhood shake. So I've got shaky stuff from 3 different directions. I'm just hoping it doesn't do any damage to the foundation of this house. Of course, this house is 17 years old. I imagine if there was going to be damage to the foundation, I'd see it by now. From Brother Natural, Beat 'em Up's got too big-headed when his channel blew up. Seems like money and fame does change. Yeah, he doesn't. He stopped replying to me. Once he switched to doing pure Nintendo Switch stuff, and his channel blew up, he stopped responding to me. So, now he's too big for his britches. Doesn't have time for a guy like me. That's fine. That's fine. He's just like Brodeo. Wife keeps him in the purse. And I've met his wife when she was still his girlfriend. She's sweet, nice girl. She's a talented artist. Actually, the military thing's kind of distracting. Hi, Richard. Are you still eating healthy? Yes, I am still eating healthy. Richard, you missed all the fun. I was donating. I was winning auctions on Billy's Whatnot stream from the donations that I got tonight. And then I accidentally overspent by $70. Because I'm a dumbass. But we're on here for another 90 minutes. But yeah, all I'm eating now are vegetables and grilled chicken and lean grilled pork. Occasionally some bananas. Occasionally apples and oranges. Peanuts as for a snack. And that's it. Yeah, I don't know how he's going to be managing his, incredibly successful Nintendo-based YouTube channel when he's got that baby coming. He's about to figure out real fast. Either that or his wife is going to feel that things are extremely one-sided and is going to get pissed off. There's one of 2 outcomes that's going to happen from that. Because let me tell you, raising a baby ain't a part-time job. General G has too much alimony to pay for his 3 wives. Wow. I did not know that about him. How many pounds have you lost? Not enough, Richard. Not enough. Not enough. Because I gained some weight back during Christmas. Who is that YouTuber? Beat 'em ups, also known as Wood Hawker, Australian, who now lives in Pennsylvania with his wife and baby soon to be here. Can't remember if it was Dumars or Revs that asked him why he gets broke from buying PS2 3 games and he spilled the beans on his 2 wives. Oh. Okay. I understands. Wah. Wah, 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 wah. apartments near Disney World. Now something's going. I was going to go ahead and transfer all this money that was donated tonight to my account. Go ahead and tell it to send it to my bank account. And I go into Streamlabs, and I was verified a couple of weeks ago, hence why you were able to actually use this link. But now it's telling me that I'm not verified, and I have to wait for some kind of automated verification process for the money to be available again when everything that had been donated was in there just the other day. So, now that there's, a significant amount of money in there, all of a sudden now it's not working again. So the money is out there somewhere, but I now currently have no way to get to it. And I don't know if I'm going to have to call Streamlabs support or what I'm going to have to do. But I won't be able to deal with that until tomorrow because it's 10:30 at night. I don't understand, though, why it allowed everybody to go ahead and donate all that money if they were going to go and disconnect my link to this stuff. I don't. It says Stripe needs additional information to complete the setup, which I already did. Please click Connect again to finalize the verification process. If you have already completed it, allow a few minutes for your status to update. But all of this was already here the last time I went into this stuff. All of it was already done, and now it ain't working. And if I try to click connect like it tells me to, it says for security reasons, credit card donations are only available to verified accounts. I verified my account a week ago. Please click anywhere in this message for more details on how to become verified. I already verified. So I click on that, and it just takes me to this informational page that says eligibility criteria for credit card tips via Stripe. Now remember, I was having to change to Stripe because PayPal killed my account for no reason. To become verified to accept credit card tips via Stripe, accounts must have a proven track record of legitimate use and demonstrate a consistent pattern of concurrent viewers and followers. Once you have reached the approved level, you'll automatically be able to set up a Stripe account. I already had one. Where did it go? Please note that the verification is an automated process that cannot be bypassed. If you're a new streamer, I'm not. You can set up one of our other payment methods while you build up your streaming track record. It didn't say anything about this when I set this up before. Because one of the things that you had to do to be able to set up the credit card donation settings through Stripe was you had to put in your bank routing information to verify it was you. And they verified me and said they were all set, and it showed what my balance was and everything. And now all of that is gone. So where did all this money that got donated tonight go to? Where is it sitting? Where can I get to it? Because, yeah, all that money is sitting right here. I can see it in the history. $10, $25, $100, $20. All of those donations, they're sitting right there where I can see them. But I can't get to the money because now it says that I'm no longer verified. It's always something, man. Ever since PayPal screwed me, it's always something. Sell my Poly Mega. There's no one to talk to. As far as I can tell, I'm not finding a phone number or anything that I could call to figure out what's going on. YouTube Super Chat, they take 30% of it, and you have to wait until the balance reaches $100. That was the whole point of having a Streamlabs tip link. And I used to be able to do that just fine through PayPal. And then a few months ago, for no reason, PayPal just said that they were terminating my account. They wouldn't give me an explanation for why. All I'd ever used it for was transferring AdSense money that I earned from YouTube or donations into my bank account. That's all I ever used it for. So I don't know what the deal is. But I can't send the money to PayPal anymore. And whereas I had a account for this other one, the whatever it is that they call it, what was it they called it? Tipping. Stripe. I had all of this set up for Stripe. It was there, and now it's telling me that it's not. Use a GoFundMe. Cash App. I hadn't thought about doing it that way. But even so, even if I went and set up a Cash App link tonight, I don't have any way to transfer that money you guys donated to it. I don't know what to do about this situation. And as far as I can tell, they don't have like a general, contact us or anything. So I wouldn't even know who to talk to about it. I'm not upset about it myself. I have the money, but this is money you guys donated, and I don't even, I don't know how to get to it. I opened a help ticket. I don't know what good that'll do. See you later, Smithy. Tech support to have an email. This is ridiculous. I should have went and looked at it before I started the stream is what I should have done. I should have went and looked at it first, because all of that was set up weeks ago, and it showed my account right there. It showed what the balance was for my Stripe account. It showed the bank account that I was linked to on it. And now, after there's $170 in there, I go in there to do the transfer, and all of that has disappeared. So now I'm not feeling good, and I'm pissed off. And we've got an hour and 10 minutes to go. Yeah, it's irritating. Yeah, no shit, Richard. You're probably right. And if I do, I'll probably get some stupid automated message. If they don't give me some kind of an answer, I'm just going to refund all the donations, and then I'm just going to eat what I just spent. I mean, the only other thing I could think of that I could possibly do is see if 8th has a PayPal account, and I could try to link my Streamlabs to his PayPal account and send the money to him. I could try to do that. Yeah, I already talked about Nintendo. And that's irritating. All of this might be due to the consistency I stream at. They might have some program that drops you from it after so much inactivity, and in my opinion, that's probably what it was. Oh, great. So the money's going to float in limbo until I stream several times in a row to prove my consistency. And then I'll have to do the verification for it. Super. Well, that stinks. I don't mind it so much for myself. I mind it for you guys because you guys donated that money for a specific purpose. And your money is just sitting there where nobody can get to it. I mean, I can see it. It's there, but I can't do anything. I can't get at it. Oh, well. Oh, well. Still never got an explanation from PayPal as to why they disabled my account. We can always talk about Bible Black. No, that's all right. That's all right. I don't think I need to talk about Bible Black. Now, here's what PayPal sent me. If I can get to it. You can't use PayPal anymore. At PayPal, we value a safe community for our customers to do business. We noticed activity on your account that's inconsistent with our user agreement, and we no longer offer you PayPal services. Based on this decision, if applicable, you are no longer eligible for PayPal seller protection as per our user agreement. This will apply to all existing future cases you receive. Any bank or credit card information linked to your PayPal account cannot be removed, nor can it be used to create a new account. You can still log in and see your account information, but you can't send or receive money. Any money in your balance will be held for 120 days, after which we'll send you an email with instructions on how to transfer it out. Gives no explanation of what it is that I supposedly did against my user agreement. No explanation at all. All I was doing was taking the money that got donated into PayPal from your guys' donations and AdSense and transferring it to my bank account. That's all I used it for. Have no idea what it was I supposedly did. Honestly, I think that's just a bullshit thing that they say when they're not making any money off of your account, and so they decide to have an excuse to close it. I don't know, Clean Frame. Something that you have fun with. I assume any changing of pending donations would cause a trip in the system. I don't know. The thing of it is, Streamlabs only offers two options. Either that Stripe thing or PayPal. You know, they don't allow you to use Shop Pay, Cash App, nothing. It's either Stripe or PayPal. You can't directly tie it to your bank account. You can't directly tie it to your credit card. They only have those two options. I hate it for you guys. It doesn't hurt me in the end, but I hate it for you guys. I really hate it for you guys. I'll see if I can figure anything out. If I can't get anything to happen after a month, then I'll just, I'll give it 30 days to try to, re-earn my verification or whatever. And if I can't do it within a month's time and I can't find any alternative around this, I'll just refund everybody their money. Because there's no sense in it just sitting in limbo like that when you guys could be using it for other stuff. So, I'll give it 30 days to try to fix it. And if I can't fix it in 30 days, I'll just send it back to you. Because it's not doing anybody any good floating in limbo like that. No, I don't watch football, Shadow Deist. I'm not a sports person. At least you didn't get scammed out of a 9,800. That's not something that I would have invested in to begin with. It's not something that I would have invested in to begin with. But yeah, it was only like, whenever was the last time I streamed was when I got that fixed. Because Smithy had complained that the link wasn't working. So after that stream where Smith said he couldn't donate to it because the link wasn't working was when I saw a note saying that you need to verify your account by linking it to a bank account and blah, blah, blah. So I did all that. And it said, okay, you're verified. And then I was able to instantly see the balance that was in there. And I was like, okay. So the next time I streamed, I mentioned, hey, the link's working now. You can donate to it. But Smith didn't show up for that one. And then I guess what? I've gone... That was in March, so I've gone 3 weeks without streaming. And because I've gone 3 weeks without streaming, that it disables me. The NWO was way better than the Shield. Why didn't they turn John Cena heel sooner? Because they were making too much off his merch. High five for life. I know what happened, man. Okay. Could be worse. You could have given money for Grums for his corn fetish. I don't have anything to do with Grums. The only reason I even know who he was is because he was involved in Gamergate back in the day. I don't have a favorite of that, Richard. No, I don't think Vince will return to WWE. Did they make John Cena turn heel by making him say the N-word? Not that I'm aware of. In fact, that might have been what happened with the PayPal, was that, I had this long period where I hadn't been streaming because of what was going on at work. And so there wasn't any money going in or out of my PayPal. So that might be what it was they canceled me because of a lack of activity. I don't know. Yes, I think Sony should stick to single player and stop messing around with the live service stuff. Yes, I remember Nintendo Ultra. He used to be the one that hosted the video of that Skype chat where we we were trolling MVP and he ended up losing his shit and beating up on his father-in-law or whatever. He was the one that was hosting the video archive of that, and then eventually he deleted it. His channel is still there, but, all trace of Crumbside stuff has been removed from it. All right. One hour to go. I haven't seen MVP around in years. I know he got out of prison, but and he tried to revive his YouTube channel, but not much happened. So, yeah. Nintendo Land in Orlando is a little bit far for me to go, man. It's a little bit too far for me to go. Hopefully, I can resolve this by just being more consistent with my streams for a while, and then it'll automatically give it back to me, and then I'll be able to transfer the money out. So I won't have it now, but I'll have it eventually once I've reestablished myself as a consistent streamer. The only thing is, I don't know how they know whether I'm consistent or not. What if I'm streaming every week, but nobody's donating? Is that the only kind of activity they see, is whether I'm donating or not? I don't know. I only mentioned that 7th because my buddy who streamed Tarkov on Twitch had the same thing happen to him due to taking a vacation. Oh, how long did it take him for it to reactivate? For now, the gray button with the $sign on it's the best way. Yeah. I don't go to church regularly anymore, though, Shadow Diaz, because I consider myself non-denominational. And none of the local church... I haven't been in a church for years that I felt right about. So it's mostly just private study on Sundays. I haven't been to church in years. I haven't been to church since Charlotte, and when I lived in North Carolina, and that was basically just trying out various churches to see what I liked. There was one church I went into in Charlotte that literally it's shaped like a giant pink tiara sitting out on this big green field. And the building looks like it's got to be 200 feet tall, and it looks like a giant pink tiara just sitting there, and the pastor was some Irish guy with a thick Irish accent. Only thing about it was the music sucked. Hey, I just looked it up on you. I just looked it up. It's definitely inactivity, so yeah, that's why you lost it for a while. So how long do I have to stream consistently to get it back? How long does it take to get it for them to automatically turn it back on? That's the question. Well, maybe this is where I'm going to have to start doing that Wednesday gameplay streaming that I was talking about. That way I'm streaming twice a week instead of once a week. And maybe that'll speed it up. I don't know. I'll have to talk to 8th about that next time he comes downstairs. I mean, I'm assuming all that is still hooked up for the Polymega, but I'm not 100% on that. Like I said, I had the money in there for this. I had over $1,500 worth of fun money in my account. I was just expecting to spend that on something else, not spend it on this $240 that I just blew. So that's the main thing. And I don't want a situation where you guys donated to me in good faith and the money doesn't go where you intended it to, and it's just sitting there out in the ether. So we'll try to get that fixed and see what happens. But if I can't get it resolved in like a month, I'm just going to send everybody their money back. Will you bring back DBTS? I don't know, man. I don't really play enough crappy games nowadays to be able to have material for it. I don't want to give you bad news, but he didn't see the donations when he came back. It's only after they recertified him. Oh, I can still see the donations. They're there. And like this first time where I had to verify myself, the minute the verification went through, I could see the $15 that was sitting in the account. So I don't think it's a matter of like, once I reactivate, all that money that's been donated is just going to be gone. It's still sitting there. You can see it in the history. The 4 newest donations in the history are sitting right there. I think it just has to be reconnected. Maybe I should review movies and television shows? No, I didn't like 28 Days Later. Yeah, like when I go to that screen, there's no donations there. But if I click onto the activity history, the donations are sitting in there. So I just have to wait for them to unlock the account, and then I'm good. It should be fine. My question is how long it takes for them to recertify you after a period of inactivity, which is stupid. Out there was another explosion. Do you think Warner Brothers will be gone in 5 years? It's entirely possible. Why didn't you like 28 Days Later? It just didn't do anything for me. And keep in mind, to me, that's just another zombie movie, and I've been burnt out on zombie stuff for a long time now. No, I checked for a record of chargebacks, and I didn't see any chargebacks in there. Like I said, you can go to it and see your history in the dashboard. So I can go to tipping, and credit card powered by Stripe is currently disabled, right? It's currently disabled, but I can go up to tip history, and they're right there. Well, $10 from Max88, $20 from JV Shota, $100 from Max88, $20 from Smith Smithy. They're all there. I have no chargebacks. I've never had a chargeback. So I'm imagining that once they reestablish my Stripe account, the money should just be floating in there, just like when I had to verify it before, and then the money magically appeared in there. So I think that's what's going to have to happen. So I have no chargebacks. I think you're right, High for Life. It's just because I sat too long. Thoughts on Mad Men? Never watched it. Didn't have any interest in it. I looked it up and it says that it cannot though. I looked it up and it says that it cannot though. So I don't know if yours are permanently or temporary. But I don't use PayPal. Oh, I'm not talking about PayPal now. I'm talking about Stripe. PayPal is permanently gone. It's never coming back. When someone does a chargeback, it fucks things up for a period of time, and since it's the weekend, yeah, it wasn't a chargeback. I already checked. Ever heard of a Mr. 7th? Yes, I've heard of a Mr. I don't need one, though. Thoughts on A Boy and His Dog? That old movie with Don Johnson? I didn't much care for it. It reminded me too much of Zardoz. It felt like it would make a good double feature with Zardoz, which you guys already know I don't like Zardoz. You won't see it until after the weekend, but yeah, I believe, like my buddy, it's inactivity. Okay, so all I have to do is get back to a regular streaming schedule, and eventually it says automatically once I re-meet the criteria that it'll reactivate, and then the money will be there. Okay, so at least I have a plan of attack. I have a plan of attack. It might take a while because they don't specify how long, but I have a plan of attack. No, I've never watched Mad Men. No, I didn't like the movie Horrible Bosses. Neither the original nor the sequel, the Christmas one. I'm very particular, guys. You know what's interesting is normally my viewership goes up and down throughout the course of the stream. I've shown 17 viewers constantly tonight from the point that it started. So this is, I don't usually hold my audience this well. And here it is. This is a 6-hour stream. That's impressive to me. That's impressive to me. That irritates me, though. It irritates me. That just because I got sick and then I had my on-call week. You know, I had 3 weeks where I wasn't here. Just 3 weeks. And now, you know, I have to prove myself to get to that money. That's insane. 7th, did you like iRobot? I think it's very underrated. iRobot was okay. Its CGI hasn't held up very well. I have not watched Yellowstone. Day of the Jackal was good, not gonna lie. I remember watching that Bruce Willis movie, The Jackal, which was based on Day of the Jackal, but that was a long time ago. Why didn't you like Horrible Bosses? I just didn't think it was funny, and I've kind of gotten burnt out on Jason Bateman. You know, I had kind of my fill of him after Arrested Development and the Dodgeball movie. Yeah, I just kind of got tired of Jason Bateman and his particular brand of humor. It's only because everyone wanted to see Billy get shit-faced. Wouldn't be the first time. Wouldn't be the first time. I'll tell you how to cheer me up. Y'all can just go and hit the gray button with the $sign on it instead for me. No, I'm kidding. Y'all don't have to do that. Yes, I liked I Am Legend, but I liked the alternative ending, not the theatrical ending. Yellowstone is good. Kevin Costner's best role. I seem to be one of the few people that liked that part 1 of his American Whatever that came out a while back. I liked it, but it seems like everybody else hated it. I don't know. I thought it was good. Shows what I know, I guess. No, I've never had a fantasy of being hit on by a hot boss. Plus, I don't really think that much of Jennifer Aniston, if I'm honest with you. She doesn't do it for me. I wonder, to be honest, if they stop people from getting payments for money transferring fraud, would make sense if someone leaves and then comes back to do naughties, then you could understand. Yeah, but I could understand with PayPal temporarily disabling an account, but permanently? Just because I've been gone a while? That's not the case with this, though, because when I clicked on it, it said that all I had to do was re-meet the criteria for Stripe, and I'm back in. But here, I think what I'm gonna do is I agree with you guys. I think when I get this Stripe thing resolved and get the money out of there, that I'm just gonna start. I'm gonna set up like a business-based Cash App or something, and have the link for that instead. The only thing is that won't show up on the little donation bar. But, I mean, I can live with that. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I ought to be more consistent with my streaming anyway, and it's just, I'm getting older, and life responsibilities plus my health being the way it is, it makes it a little harder to devote 3 hours of your Saturday night, No, I ain't going to watch Matrix 5. You know why? Because I watched Matrix 4. SNL just hasn't been funny to me in years. I haven't liked the cast in a long time. It just doesn't do it for me anymore. It's a different style of humor, and I just don't care for it. I just don't care for it. So we're down to what, 45 minutes left? 45 minutes. Seventh, did you like American? No, I've never watched. I've never been into American Idol. Doesn't do anything for me either. And same thing with America's Got Talent and all that other stuff. I don't watch that crap. I don't watch that crap. Don't do nothing for me. Not a thing. What the hell is this talking about? American Pie. I liked the first one. The rest of them were kind of dumb. No, I would never want to live in Vermont. That goal makes you stay till midnight. Yes, if $150 are donated, that buys 3 additional hours, so that makes it from 6 p.m. to midnight. 6-hour stream. I had told you guys that I wasn't going to do that anymore, but I made an exception tonight. And look how it turned out. You have black lights. Any reason why? Because I was trying to make my game room look more like an 80s arcade. Did you ever try Indian cuisine? I've had Indian cuisine. I'm not overly fond of it. Who would you hate more, JJ or Steve Urkel? Steve Urkel. JJ reminds me of a black version of a cousin of mine. So I'm cool with JJ. Urkel's another matter entirely. Do I like Tool? Tool is okay. Pussifer I don't like. Perfect Circle I don't like. At least you aren't aching. Oh, I'm in a fairly significant amount of pain, actually. Is what it is. Oh, nice. Some of my Timu, or however you pronounce it, orders have arrived in Temple tonight as of 7:35. So maybe I'll get some of it tomorrow. That'll kind of cheer me up a little bit. I'm surprised you did it for 3 hours. Well, 3 hours is my standard. I just haven't really talked a tremendous amount about the pain that I go through to do these. Do you have a massage? And massage chair wouldn't help because this is most of it is gastrointestinal distress. It's not muscle problems. Who's more annoying, C-3PO or Jar Jar? Why was Fonzie so annoying on Happy Days? I didn't find him annoying until every episode started being about him. Hell, maybe that'll help with my consistency, because I just did, in another 40 minutes, I'll have done 2 streams worth of stream in one night. Killing it for inactivity. Screw you. Did you ever watch Gilligan's Island? I watched reruns of it when I was a kid, yeah. Disney ruins everything. I'd rather Spider-Man go back to Sony at this point. I don't blame you there. I don't blame you there. And they're talking about Spider-Man 4. I don't know that it's even going to be linked to any of the MCU storylines going on. I don't think it will. Not the way they've been talking about it. What did I think of the Jump the Shark episode? It was pretty stupid. He's going out on water skis wearing a black leather cycle jacket? Come on. Come on. And of course, watching the footage, it's very obvious that it's not Henry Winkler that's a stuntman. So that makes it even dumber. Could George Lucas save Star Wars from Disney? He'd have to completely buy it back from them at this point. And I think, honestly, I think he doesn't care enough to do that. He got his billions and he's old. I don't think he'd be willing to put in the amount of work it would take to try to right that ship. Or the money that'd be involved. I don't know, high five for life. I mean, Gilligan didn't really have any supernatural element to it. No, I wouldn't drive a taxi as a side job. If I needed a side job that bad, I could have been doing Uber all this time. But I don't want to do that. You know why? Because of the chances of some, piece of shit getting into your car with a gun and robbing you blind. That's why. You're exhibiting an extreme amount of trust trying to be an Uber driver. Same thing being a pizza delivery boy, really. You're right, Shadow. Lucas never should have sold it. Even if he didn't intend to make any further movies, he shouldn't have sold it to Disney. It was a bad move on his part, and I'm sure he knows that now. Hi-Fi, did you ever hear back from your friend on how long it took for him to get back into his account? Or how long it took for it to get re-verified? I'm just curious about that. Lucas should have sold it to Warner Brothers? I don't know, man. I don't know. WB been screwing up a lot too recently. Yeah, everyone harped on the prequels, but now that they've sat through the Disney stuff, they don't mind the prequels too much. I think that's pretty funny. I still have my alternate screen setup that I did for retro streaming. I wonder if it still works. Let's see what happens when I try to switch to it. Don't work no more. Okay. It's broke. So I'd have to reset up all of that for doing streaming too. He never responded. Okay. I got you. Should Disney buy Nintendo? No, that'd be a tremendous mistake. And I don't think Nintendo would allow it. They pay him for experience in the game. Yeah, I've heard of that racket. That was a very popular thing over in Asia. A lot of guys making money that way, where they, they go in and they grind in your account and build you levels for pay. It amazes me that there's actually a market for that. I could probably do that if I had the time for it. But would I want to? Would I want to sit and grind levels? Would that be worth money to me? I don't know. The loss of time I'd have. When would I play anything I wanted to play? Or watch anything I wanted to watch? At least doing this, I'm having fun talking to you guys. I mean, this was a fun thing, even though Billy made it drag on forever. It was still fun. Xbox is dead. Pretty much. They've gone third party. Effectively. Which, if y'all remember, I let slip that was something I was expecting to happen eventually when this whole all digital thing started to become more prevalent. Was that I felt they were going to go the way of Sega and become a third party publisher. And that certainly seems to be the direction that everything's heading. We are down to the last 30 minutes, folks. 30 minutes left, so get your questions in. It's not that. It's taking someone who wants your experience to teach them to play the game better. Okay. Well, all right then. Not entirely sure how that would work. No borrowing, it's just a Discord conversation for 1 to 2 hours, and he charges $30 to $50 an hour? The real pros charge over $100 per hour? Jesus. I should do that. Man, is everything of mine going to fall over tonight? What fell over this time? I mean, I think my Polymega controller fell over. I don't know how it made it all the way over there, but what else fell? Oh, I think the controller just hit the 8's magnifying glass that was already laying down there. The real pros charge over $100 per hour. I should set up a Discord and just give general life advice for $20 an hour. That's what I ought to do. No, better. $20 per tip. So instead of, charging per hour, it's just 7th, how should I file my YouTube taxes? And I just send an answer. $20, please. I think modern gaming's not worth investing in unless you're playing indie titles for the most part, because most games are cash grabs. Yeah. And most games are fall into the same little pocket criteria that they've been in for years. And most of the innovation that you do see in the main AAA game space is stuff that's been ripped off from indie games. It's been that way for a while now. It's kind of sad, really. It's kind of sad. I don't think there's going to be a Last of Us Part 3. At least not the way that Druckmann's talking. Maybe that's why they keep re-releasing it. They're still trying to recoup their production costs on it. I don't know. I know it didn't sell nearly as well as the first one did. Of course I was right. I know there are people out there that like The Last of Us, but honestly, for the sake of Naughty Dog and Sony, that is a game series that never should have happened on Sony platform. Because ever since that happened, there's been things that have just gotten consistently worse with Naughty Dog. And then all of a sudden, so many of the series went in a darker, more mature tone. And in some cases, like God of War, it was fine. But in other cases, like Uncharted, it ruined the whole vibe of the game. And I blame all of that on Druckmann and The Last of Us. Now we'll never know what happened to Ellie, never. What happened to her? Her girlfriend broke up with her because she was obsessed with revenge, and she can't play her guitar no more. The end. That's what happened to her. She sat alone in that abandoned house and tried to play guitar but couldn't do it, and just became an old lady living in that house and then died in it. That's what's going to happen. Mark my words. That's how it's going to go down, guys. But Ellie started walking out of the house. Where did she go? She went to piss in the woods because the toilet didn't work. Sony needs a lot of new IP, and it needs to revive some existing ones. Intergalactic doesn't look good to me. I'm sorry, it just don't. Ellie should hit the guitar, zombies with a guitar like Jeff Jarrett. The Last of Us Part 3. The Slapnut Years. Ellie got what she deserved. Not that I care, because the plot and everything sucked anyway. Yeah, obviously I'm not gonna disparage the game when I haven't seen the gameplay yet. But what we've seen of the game so far lends me no confidence in my overall satisfaction with it. Let's put it that way. Tired of Sony porting PS4 games? Yeah, they should be porting PS3 or redoing PS3 or PS2, making remakes of those. I would like to see I mean, they don't own the rights to it, but I would like to see like a remaster or remake of 3D Dot Game Heroes. That's not an exposure, Shadow Deist. I never said I didn't play it. I said I didn't plat it. I beat the game. I didn't plat it. My review of it has been online for years. Where have you been? Oy vey. 20 minutes, folks. 20 minutes. Do you agree that GTA is the most overrated series? It's one of the most overrated, yeah. Speaking of PS3, I should get Wipeout the Omega Collection. I've never been big into Wipeout. It's not my type of racing game. Of course, I'm not that big into racing anyway. You know, I like Burnout Paradise, and that's about it. A remaster of Tokyo Jungle? Yeah, I never could get into that game. Couldn't get into that one. Didn't do it for me. Do you think they'll bring Uncharted back? I don't know. I kind of doubt it. If they do, I don't feel it's going to be Naughty Dog developing it. They're going to hand it off. We'll see, though. We'll see. What about Mario Kart? Do you think Sony will ruin God of War next? I hope not. Well, some people would claim that they already did. There's a lot of people out there that don't like the new God of War games. I don't know. I haven't really played Ragnarok. I liked the previous one all right, but I haven't really played Ragnarok yet. I'm just, been really busy. So we got 27 viewers, it says. How many of you would show up if I started doing retro streaming again on Wednesday nights? How many of you would actually show up for that? Oh, no, I've never been big on kart racers either. Racing has never been a genre I cared too much about until I played Burnout Paradise, and I adored Burnout Paradise. And part of that is because it appealed to the collect-a-thon side of me. Yeah, you had to burst through all these signs, you had to do all these stunts, you had to win all these races, and there was a level of exploration to it that I enjoyed. Like I'd look over in the distance and see something, I'd be like, I wonder if I can get to that, and then I just drive over and try to find it. That was fun for me. Code Veronica remake? That's up to Capcom, I guess. I work on Wednesdays, so I wouldn't be able to show up to see it live. Well, maybe not Wednesdays. Maybe we did it on a different day. Everybody needs to discuss what day would be best for them for me to do at least 2 hours of game streaming. I just thought Wednesday because it's half, in the middle of the week. So you'd be like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, stream again. And then Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, stream again on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That it would have a flow to it. But, if you work Wednesday nights and too many people aren't available to watch it, then I'm not going to do it. So everybody in the chat needs to figure out what day they would want me to live stream retro games if I was going to do it. They're going to ruin they're going to ruin Spider-Man 3, killing off Peter at the beginning. Peter in Spider-Man 2 was weak. We've already had 3 Spider-Man movies. We're going to the 4th one now. Not 3. Still waiting for a remake of the original Twisted Metal. Did you find the Midnight Suns game? I own it, but I haven't played it yet. 8 seemed to like it. 8 seemed to be satisfied with it. Oh, games. I don't know. Are you going to watch Gamescom this year? Probably not. Probably not. There's never really that much on there to warrant watching it live. I usually just read a recap because there's usually not much there to interest me. We got 15 minutes left, folks. 15 minutes left. Do you think this generation of gaming feels depressing as hell? I do. Oh, I'm not going to lie. This generation has not been all that satisfactory. I mean, there's been a few shining lights. Hogwarts Legacy was fun. RoboCop was great. There's been some JRPGs that I've enjoyed here and there. But for the most part, man, this generation's been kind of whack. There just hasn't been. I remember. I missed the PS3 days. We're starting around 2009. It's like every time you turned around, there was an absolute banger coming out. Every time you turned around, there was something new. I'm surprised that I made it through it as well as I did, because during the PS3 era, I was making a lot less money than I make now. And having to buy all those $60 games one after the next, after the next, after the next. It's surprising that I was able to afford that. I didn't like Red Dead Redemption 2. Didn't like it. I missed the PS2 days. PS2 was great too. And the nice thing about PS2 was that there were so many games that it didn't take long for a lot of them to go on discount and hit the bargain bin. So if you were a PS2 owner, you were eating pretty good no matter what your budget was, because you could always walk into GameStop and find just an absolutely fantastic game for $10. That's what was great about PS2. That massive library guaranteed that there would always be at least a handful of great games that you hadn't played in the bargain bin. Did I like Red Dead Revolver? I have it, but I'm not a big fan of it. I'm collecting for the PS3. Currently love that system. So many amazing games. PS3 was a trip. I have over 150 games for PS3. Friday evenings, you would prefer. So we've had one person say Thursday, one person say Friday, and then one person say they can't do Wednesdays. So that's 24 people that haven't given an opinion one way or the other. We need to go back to $40 6-hour games. I hate bloatware. I can see that. You know, budget titles that are all killer, no filler. Sure, why not? Why not? Remember when Killzone used to compete with Halo? Well, they tried to compete with Halo, and in some ways, in certain ways, they succeeded, but they didn't in sales. They certainly didn't in sales. Any good stories about PlayStation Home? The main thing that I did in PlayStation Home was sit and watch other people pull Quincy's. That's all I did in PlayStation Home. I would just sit back and watch it happen because it was hilarious. If you don't know what a Quincy was, what you would do is you had your primary, you'd go and create 2 different models for your avatar. One of them would be like a really attractive female avatar, and then the other one would be like the fuggliest female you ever saw in your life. Doesn't even look human, just absolutely train wreck nightmare creature. So what you'd do then is you'd go walking out into the main area and, answer a few chats or whatnot. And then right at the point where, like, you have all of these basement dwellers huddled around this female character when they know that it's probably a dude, but they're asking questions anyway, because their wishful thinking is that it's actually a female controlling that character. When they are completely surrounded and they have the majority of the attention of all these men, these basement-dwelling men talking to this character, then they yell loudly in the chat, "It's a trap!" And they swap from one avatar to the ugly avatar. And then you just watch as all those male avatars scatter and run away as fast as they can. And it never got old for me. I laughed over and over and over again. And that used to be sort of a genre on YouTube. You could look up PlayStation Home Quincy, and there'd be videos of people pulling this stuff. It was hilarious. Friday evening, it's literally prime time for most Americans. Yeah. 7th, do you like the John Wick films? I like the first 2. I wasn't a big fan of 3 or 4. I used to do that. I had my girlfriend go on the mic and invite people to my PlayStation Home apartment, kick them out, invite them back, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Yeah. We got 10 minutes left, folks. 10 minutes left. Technically, I've already reached 6 hours because I always start the stream 10 minutes early. But I'll go ahead and give you that 10 minutes because I said I'd stream till midnight. So you got 10 minutes to get your questions in. You were 17? Wow. During the PS3 era, I was in like my 30s. I was like 34 when I started YouTube, man, in 2009. I was 34. Why didn't I like the Bourne Identity films? Too much shaky cam. Way too much shaky cam. Gave me a headache to watch those movies. Now you're 35. No, I'm not going to watch the John Wick spinoff. I didn't watch the TV about the TV show about the hotel neither. Wherever that was, I didn't watch if that even came out. I don't know. I just remember seeing it announced, and I'm like, I don't care about that. Why don't you like Chris Tucker? I like Chris Tucker in some things, but in other things, he's just annoying to me. Like, I liked Chris Tucker in Friday. Come to think of it, that's probably the only thing I've seen Chris Tucker in that I liked, was Friday. Makes you wonder why he wasn't in Friday 2 or 3, doesn't it? Got too big for his own britches. Ice Cube couldn't afford him anymore. Because now he was making that Fifth Element money. Did I like the Bates Motel series? You know, I started to watch it, and then I just got kind of bored with it. I never finished it. Did you think that PlayStation 3 had the best exclusive multiplayer? I'm the wrong person to ask that, Richard. You ought to know that, because I don't do multiplayer. I had that same shaky cam issue with Quantum of Solace. They need to make some... They need to make some wacky 007 movies to shake things up. Wacky? I think that was a mistype. You were 8 during that generation. Wow, Jesus. I really am old, ain't I? Lord help. Watch me, I'm pulling an Al Bundy. He became a Christian. That's why he wasn't in Friday 2 or 3. Yeah, but he was in the Rush Hour movies, and those had some really off-color, non-Christian stuff in them. Come on. Come on. Don't try to pull that one on me. For real. What if in John Wick 5, John gets another dog from the puppy shelter and then that gets killed too? Well, I don't think I would approve of that. He's run out of people. He's run out of things to be taken from him and killed in his life. You know? He's run... I would imagine his parents are already dead. What other well are they going to go to keep that going? I mean... I'm assuming, that he survived it somehow, and he's still alive somewhere. He didn't kill anyone in Rush Hour 2 or 3 or say swear words. I haven't watched those in a long time because I didn't like them, so... But I remember there being some off-color stuff in the first one. Come to think of it, I can't remember if I've ever even sat through 2 or 3. I remember that movie he made with Charlie Sheen, was it? Money Talks? I remember that one. He made that right before the Rush Hour thing took off. Money Talks. I haven't seen Baby Boy. They'll kill John Wick's long-lost cousin that was introduced 1 minute before he gets killed. You're probably not that far off. You're probably not that far off. I can't remember if I liked Money Talks or not. I saw that a long time ago. All right, High Five for Life. Like I said, man, I'm assuming that if I just get back to a regular streaming schedule, eventually they'll reapprove me for it, and then I'll be all right. But that's the way it sounds when I read the help article it took me to. 2 and 3, he was super edgy. He made a lot of racist jokes and killed people. Would 8th stream? No, 8th ain't going to stream. 8th doesn't like to stream. He used to stream with his friends. He had this stream that him and his friends made, but nobody watched it, and eventually they all lost interest in it and quit. This is what it is. 3-minute warning. Favorite Jim Carrey movie? I probably agree with you there. I think Liar Liar is my favorite. I think it's Liar Liar. Wah, 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 wah. Did you enjoy the Pixel Junk games? Not especially, no. Never did spend a tremendous amount of time on any of those. I remember spending a little bit of that time with the one that was kind of like you were like a little submarine swimming around or something. I remember playing that one a little bit, but that's as close as I got. Thank you for the extended stream 8th. I think you meant 7th. Now it's time to go watch a banana dance for money. Okay. Happy Gilmore 2. I hope it's good. Well, we'll find out in July, won't we? 2-minute warning. Two-minute warning. Watch a banana dance for money. Is that slang for a male OnlyFans channel there, QB? 7, thoughts on Tim Curry being wheelchair bound. It's sad. It's sad. I mean, yeah, he made a lot of subpar stuff over the years, but he made some really great, impactful roles too. So, I mean, even if every single thing he had done had been garbage, he still doesn't deserve to end up the way that he did. Nobody does. Nobody deserves having a stroke and ended up wheelchair bound like that. It's just, hate to see it. Did you see Chicken Little? I saw Chicken Little a long time ago. Long time ago. Was not a fan. Thoughts on Donkey Kong's new design? I have no problems with it. Looked good to me. Either Wednesday or Friday for retro stream. Okay. That's called Pixel Junk Shooter. Yeah, I have that one. I spent a little time with it. I thought it was all right. Well, I had it on PS3. Hey, 7th, hope all is well. Hi there, Eastside 49er. How's it going? Well, and you just showed up, but that's where we have to end the thing. We have reached midnight. I thank you guys for staying with me. I hope everyone had fun with kind of trolling Billy a little bit on his Whatnot stream. I appreciate all the donations, and hopefully I'll get all of that fixed here by the end of the month. Like I said, if it becomes obvious that I'm not going to be able to get back in their good graces, I will, refund the money. But we'll see if we can just get myself re-verified and go from there. Because, I mean, the money's there. I just currently don't have a way to get it transferred to my bank. So we'll get that going. In the meantime, I will sit and think about what day I want to do the retro streaming and talk to 8th about if there's anything technical left to do to get that working again. And we'll talk to you then. Otherwise, we'll talk to you this time next week. Same 7th time, same 7th channel.